because the events leading to the fall of Kabul in August 15, 2021 didn't just happen overnight, and the events leading to that involved a lot of engagement, not only with the Taliban, but on international and global stages on what the future of Afghanistan might look like, especially concerning women under a regime that had a background with how they deal with women. So, and also, not that the women of Afghanistan invented that, but there was also this global narrative going around that the Taliban have changed, and this is Taliban 2.0, which I never believed in that. If anything, I believed in was the progress that we had invested in and we had achieved during the 20 years of not having the Taliban, but having all the consequences of having them having them leading at some point. So there was a lot of belief, but I think when they moved in, as it came in closer and closer, I started realizing, that, and I say this very bluntly, that I had two very clear choices, that I would stay, and that news, as they came, news started going around, that they were cracking down on former government officials, on political activists, on pretty much everyone who didn't believe their ideology of how things should be run in the country. So as those news started coming around, I think it was becoming more clear to me that I had two choices, and it was to stay and be arrested by the Taliban, as they're doing it now back home, or to leave, save my voice, and as you say, Elise, seek refuge somewhere and work for the day when I can return back home. So I think there's a direct link between the backsliding of democracy and the rise in violence against women. And you write, and you also asked, why this conversation about women. It's also because I have realized during my work in Afghanistan, as much as I never identified as a gender activist. In fact, a part of me resented that, because I always saw myself as a political activist. And it was very interesting that everywhere I would go, just because I was a woman, people expected me to be a defender of women's rights. And to me, that was also a very difficult spot to be in, because on one hand, of course, you understand, that it's a cause important to your heart. But on the other hand, you also feel like, who's paying me for this extra gender work that I'm doing? Right? Do men get to do extra gender work? No. So the time that I am investing in doing my gender work, my men counterparts are actually doing their technical work, their political work. So, as you said rightly, that pick the hill that you want to die on, I picked the political hill. But I was also constantly in this inner battle of, like, how do I justify it to myself and to everybody else? And I think as women, we do that. And it's important to remember that what matters is our existence and in different platforms, because when we are not present in those platforms, we're not being discussed. Our issues and concerns are not being discussed. I used to sit in cabinet sessions in Afghanistan, and the Minister of Health would bring forward an agenda, and very often I would feel like it very much focused on the issues of general health, while a lot of it was also about maternity health. But because if there was no woman in that cabinet room, nobody cared about discussing women's health. So there, I kind of felt like that's when that battle really heightened in me, and I was like, okay, now I need to put that gender hat. So I had to constantly do that, but it was also like exhausting to do that. And I feel like we shouldn't be doing that all the time, and I think it's time for our men allies to also stop the talk and actually take action, if they really believe in not allowing the democracies to backslide.
Well, thank you. And thank you for your leadership. And I do believe you will return. I'm already, planning the campaign for her presidency of Afghanistan. But I want to turn to you, Wei Wei, because you have been a political activist, an activist for justice and peace since you were a teenager. And in fact, I think about, well, what was I doing when I was 16? I certainly wasn't in a prison in Burma for 7 years, really paying that ultimate price for freedom and for peace. Talk a little bit about what's going on right now in Myanmar.
Thank you very much. Yeah, just to pick up on what Mukala has actually said, I also encourage all the women to pick the battle that they want. We don't necessarily always have to stick with the gender equality work. Of course, there are women who dedicated their whole life for that, and that's so impressive, and we need women like that. And I myself committed to it too. But at the same time, we shouldn't be like stereotyped and put in the box of working only for the women, regardless of your skill, your passions, or your quality, or your interests. Often, when we talk about women's rights as political activists, we are often put in the category of only to talk about the women issue, and as if the other political issues are not actually connected to us or related to us. But in fact, that's not true. Over half of the populations in the globally are the women, and we have a voice to talk about our own future and our own politics. And that should be, I think, every woman's stance. And some of them may just want to go for politics or have positions or power or privilege to be in that positions and take that. It is important to take that role and to grab that position. In my case, I am very privileged to be a daughter of a politician, growing up understanding what the politics looks like in Burma. So I was, as a teenager, since young, I was super interested in politics, but at the same time, as I grew up and working with fellow women, I realized how challenging it is for the women to be in the politics. So just to kind of, I guess, warm it up around that background, what's happening in Burma right now is the military toppled the elections in 2021, and now that they are attempting to control the country and control the politics, and that's what they're doing for over 3 years now. And now they're again planning to conduct a new election. And women are forefront of resistance against these militaries' dominations and manipulations of the elections and democracy, what we had, although it was not perfect, but it was some level of democracy. But now women are at the forefront and saying that we cannot allow authoritarian elements of the government or the military to manipulate our elections and to destroy the democracy. So I think what is important is that election is an incredibly powerful tool to consolidate the democracy. However, it should be free and fair and credible and inclusive. And we cannot allow authoritarian regime to manipulate our elections as they want. And that's the most important thing. And in these discussions, and women should be forefront of it. And our women in Burma, including my organizations, we are actually taking steps condemning these act of the military, as well as putting pressure on the military resistance against them, as well as, it's not just the military toppling the elections and manipulating the politics, but also once these authoritarian regimes have power, they actually go far beyond that, and they have been committing so many atrocity crimes in Burma, including genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. Once they have power, they would do it as they want. And now it's not for our fight. It's not about democracy, equality, and free election, but also about justice and peace. So holding these perpetrators accountable for what they have done, and so that they can no longer manipulate in the elections or stay in the positions, and our people can live in peace in a civilian leaderships and democracy.
Thank you. Elena, I want to turn to you because, of course, in 2021, same year that Weiwei was discussing in Burma, you ran for the State Duma. And as a political leader, but also the founder of a think tank that really explored issues of technology and digital dictatorship, you were then named by the Ministry of Justice a foreign agent and was forced to leave. Talk a little bit about the attacks on leaders like you. I mean, obviously, we all saw the recent murder of Navalny in Russia. Talk a little bit about the current situation and particularly how it's impacting women and women's voices and how technology plays a role.
Well, thanks a lot for that question, and thank you for just inviting me for this event. I'm very grateful. So first, I want to start from the point why I'm so grateful and thankful to all the women in my own country, just because we are the vast majority in our population. So we have 77 million women and 66 million men. It was before the war started. 70% among all the activists against the war now are women. Mostly all of NGOs who were designated as the foreign agents are women organized or women-founded NGOs. Many women are in exile, but many women are arrested now. And when they are arrested, they don't give up. During their court hearings, they always say, I want to continue my work because I strongly believe in women in our country. So I strongly believe in women in our country just because I have a lot of personal stories connected to women. For example, when I ran for office in 2021, it was the last elections before the war started. And at that time, and I'm wondering how we all connected, because when Taliban took power in Afghanistan, it was like August, it was the middle of my campaign, because the election day was in September. Me and a lot of women from my staff, we signed the petition and we sent it to Lavrov, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And we said, we are on the side of Afghan women. We want you to stop talking to Taliban. We want you to stop all the relations with Taliban, because we strongly believe that this is the end of democracy. And I'm very proud that I have a lot of friends in Afghanistan, and they're still there, and they're fighting for women's rights. And we have a lot of in common. The same issues, all this digital attacks, real attacks. For example, in my own life, when the protest actions just began in Russia in 2012, the law enforcement broke my arm. So they beat me and they broke my arm. It was like, I was like, okay, so this is what you think about politics? You just broke my arm? And then I was just a journalist. Now I have 2 degrees as a journalist and as a lawyer, and I started to be a lawyer just in 2018. But before that, I was just a journalist and I was a politician, a young politician, and I ran for office. The first campaign that I participated in was in 2011, and I was an independent candidate from Siberia. This is my home region. I'm not from Moscow. And I thought, okay, the violence is the only language. The love language is violence. I mean, the love language of our regime. And then I filed a lawsuit against all these law enforcement guys. And I asked them, can you please show up? Can you just tell me who you are, your names? And I attended the special polygon. You know, there's the special department with a polygon they're located in. And I was standing there with my broken arm, and 200 people in the uniform were standing in front of me. And I asked them, can you please step up, like 2 steps toward me, 2 of you who broke my arm? No one did it. And then I realized that I am more powerful than they are. And then when I ran for office in 2021, as you might know, Putin blocked all their options for us to fundraise any money for our campaign. And if you don't have any money, for sure you will lose. So you need to fundraise. And I fundraised a huge fund just with the help of Instagram and just with the help of Russian women who lived all over Russia. And I have one very inspiring story. So the women sent me, like, let's say $1. And for her, $1 meant a lot because she was a mother of 5. And for her, it was a huge sum. And we had the discussion in my headquarters with my staff, can we send this money back? And I called her and I told her, look, we send this money back to you because you need it more than we are. So we don't need your money, we need your support. And she said, no way. If you send this money back, I will send it again. And I asked her why. And she said, because I want to fight for my ideas. And just because I can't, you can do it for me. And I was like, okay, so this lady inspired me never to give up. And then when they designated me as a foreign agent, I thought, is it like the final point of my political career? Because if you are the foreign agent, for many people, like for my relatives who live in Siberia, it means that you are a national traitor. And it's, for them, I am, I don't know, they feel that I'm their enemy inside our own family. And it's very hard for me. And by the way, half of my family is in Ukraine now. So it's also the complicated thing for everyone in my family. So we have to talk. And how can we manage it? We can be as powerful as we dreamed about. So in terms of technology, when I was protested against our MP who harassed 3 journalists in our state Duma, I was standing in front of our Duma with a cardboard figure of this MP. His surname is very tricky. His surname is Slutsky. I was arrested and detained due to the use of facial recognition technology by our authorities. And then I filed the first lawsuit in Russia against the usage of facial recognition algorithms. And now my lawsuit is at the European Court of Human Rights. Because for sure, no one among Russian judges can be very vocal against the official regime because they are the part of this regime. But it was very interesting because when I was arrested, it was me and the cardboard figure of this MP. And I'm not kidding now, our Russian court decided that this cardboard figure is a human being. So they said that I was an organizer of the mass protest action. Mass protest action or mass demonstration means that it's you and somebody else. So somebody else was a cardboard figure of our MP. And in that case, again, I found out that, okay, I'm so powerful. Even if this cardboard figure is a human being, like with me, I can be like a god to make this cardboard figure a human being. So anyway, now I strongly believe in technology, and I strongly believe that when women take a part in this technological development, when they can be very resistant and when they can create a lot of projects to protect our democracy, we are the real power. So I was threatened a lot. It was digital or cyber harassment during my campaign and afterwards. And when I was designated as a foreign agent, they sent me like this radical groups. They sent me this note that we know where your adopted daughter lives because my adopted daughter is still in Russia, where your family lives because my family is in Russia, and be very careful. They use this like, don't drink from the plastic bottles. Don't drink from the plastic bottles means that they can poison me or some stuff like that. And what was tricky, they use the cyber threats and I send a lot of letters to Meta and all the platforms, Twitter, to Telegram, and I ask them, like, dear platforms, so we have a problem. You have a lot of women who are very, very powerful, and they're very resistant to all the authoritarian countries all over the world. But your algorithms ban us, but not them. You use a shadow banning when we screenshotted all these, threats, when we put the threats and when we are very vocal about the threats, but you ban us and not them. Let's change something. So we did it for 3 years and nothing changed. So I encourage you to be the part of this movement and to change this algorithm, because I think that this year is very important, not just because of the elections, but because the digital tools that we can use to protect democracy.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that's such an important point, and I know later in the program there's a whole panel really to talk about that. But I do want to just, pause on it for a moment, because, technology and rapid innovations in technology are certainly a very positive thing, and there's opportunities for women, but at the same time, we're seeing huge threats and really technology being used to silence women's voices. I was actually with Secretary Clinton earlier this week up in New York, and she knows a thing or two about the impact of technology on women leaders and threats and dis and misinformation, trolling, doxing, etc. And we actually joined her in Colombia to launch a new piece of research really to look at the state of play globally in terms of how technology is enabling gender-based violence and really being used as a tool, as I said before, to silence women's voices and women's power. And I want to turn to you, Amanda, with that, because, of course, you saw that firsthand in New Zealand. I'd love for you to talk a little bit about that. But also just from your vantage point, having been ambassador for New Zealand to the United Nations, having served as the head of NZAID for a while, and really working in so many different areas where you are now, but also at the World Bank, really pushing for women's rights and equality, not just because it's, the nice thing to do or, the fair thing to do, but because it's strategic. So maybe start off with New Zealand and most recently with Jacinda Ardern's decision to step down.
Well, thank you so much, Elise, and it's a real pleasure to be here and share the platform with such extraordinary women leaders. And it reminds me, Elise, of a line that stayed with me from your book, Vital Voices, where you said, leaders are defined, not defeated by setbacks. And you three are the most amazing illustration of that. So thank you so much for the work that you're doing, and thank you for the incredible work you do at Vital Voices. So you asked me about New Zealand, and some of you may be familiar with our former Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern, who at one stage was the youngest woman leader in the world. And I'm part of a movement called New Zealand Global Women. There's several hundred of us who first started by our first woman Prime Minister, Jenny Shipley. And New Zealand is one of the few countries in the world to have had 3 women leading the country. And it was very sad. We commissioned a study to look at the impact on women in Parliament and women of disinformation. And it was really stark to see that in the year before Jacinda Ardern resigned, 93% of the online hate was directed at her personally.
That's astounding.
It is astounding, and she is truly an exceptional human being, a wonderful leader, as our 3 have been, including Helen Clark, who ran UNDP as well. So that kind of pressure, especially when you have young children, as referenced, can make it extremely difficult for women. And we at ASU, where I have the privilege of working with the philanthropist Julianne Wrigley, we actually accepted from Afghanistan your Minister of Education and 267 Afghan women who were at university. and were unable to go on under the Taliban. So we were able to bring them out to ASU and to find a home for them. But certainly this whole area of disinformation and misinformation is a critical one. I want to take a step back though and do a bit of a promo. So my area of expertise is really economics. I'm an economist by training, was at the World Bank from 2003 to 2010, where I first started this project, and the latest version was launched yesterday. Some really fascinating correlations, which make so much sense. So we know that when there are more women engaged economically, it's good not just for women and not just intergenerationally for children, girls' education, but it also has an impact macroeconomically. So yesterday when I was with the chief economist of the World Bank in Dermot Gill, he said, well, Amanda, our latest research is showing there could be an additional $7 trillion if we were to level the playing field, $7 trillion to the global economy. Now, as an aside, that's around what we subsidize fossil fuels right now, implicit and explicit, but that's a whole nother story. And people respond to incentives. So when we think about the logic of women having only 2/3 of the rights of male counterparts in practice, which is what this report shows, and I recommend everybody have a look at this latest version of Women, Business and the Law, it's really damaging everybody. And I think that is one of the hardest arguments to convey to men, that this is not a zero-sum game. This is actually about creating stronger economies and stronger societies that benefit us all.
Thank you. Thank you. And you know, when Vital Voices was founded 27 years ago, the whole line was, you know, you can't have democracy without women. Women's voices were vital. Vital meaning necessary for life. And we all know that that's absolutely true. And when I was with Secretary Clinton earlier this week, she reminded the audience that it was nearly 30 years ago. Next year it'll be 30 years since she said women's rights are human rights.
Wow, yeah,
at the UN Fourth World Conference on Women in Beijing, China, where the most progressive document of all time, sadly, 30 years ago, nearly 30 years ago, was created. We don't have anything more progressive than that platform for action. But she reminded us all that not only are women's rights not yet full human rights, right? I mean, they are, but it isn't recognized. I mean, women, business, and the law really looks at that, where we equal around the world. But there are new threats, and we've talked about them today, from obviously technology being huge. You also work in the issue of climate. Climate is another huge threat because we know women are both, you know,
the majority of victims and those who are the solutionaries. One of the interesting data points, and sorry to interrupt, I get very passionate about this.
I knew you would.
Interesting data points, as a boring old economist who always picks on data points, is that in fact, women being excluded from traditional economic structures has bred an incredible innovation. And we partner together on something called the We Empower, Women Entrepreneurs Empower United Nations Sustainable Development Goal Challenge. And some of the climate solutionaries that we've found there are coming up with the most amazing innovations. And we know that without women, we are not going to solve the climate problem. One data point to leave you with, where there are more women in leadership positions, and thank you, Adrian, for your leadership, in parliaments, and also in the boardroom and in senior management, there is greater attention paid to sustainability and climate issues. And that becomes a critical factor for this existential threat and for this important topic of democracy.
Absolutely. I know that we have to wrap and go to a break, but I just want to ask the three of you, you have sacrificed so much for democracy, for peace, for justice. What is the one thing that you would want everyone in this room and everyone listening around the world online to do to support your cause, but our larger collective cause? not to move backwards, but to move forwards. You want to start, Odessa?
Yeah, I think I want everyone to remember that women's right anywhere is women's right everywhere. So today,
Yes.
if I am fighting, or if each one of us are fighting in our particular countries, it also, we should be able to connect it into the bigger agenda of what's happening around the globe. Sometimes it's difficult for me to really comprehend what it means to be a woman from Afghanistan in the US when the abortion debate is being used as a tool or strategy to really, push forward certain agendas around election. So I think it's really important to remember that, the playing field is not leveled. But I have noticed that everybody knows very well how to strategize around our areas of progress to sort of like take it back if that serves their agenda. So how do we all come together to not let that happen? And on that note, I also wanted to say, on technology and innovation and how the future looks like, I'm very proud to say, that last week we, in a coalition of partners from different areas, we launched what we call the Economic Alliance for Afghan Women, where digital platforms are coming together to help the women of Afghanistan access education online. But also something interesting that we're looking at is upskilling for women of Afghanistan, where if the Taliban are not allowing women to go to school, to high school, because you're only allowed, currently in Afghanistan, you can only go to, if you're a woman or a girl, you can only go to school until the 6th grade. So between 6th and the 12th grade, what can we do to really provide women with upskilling training so that they don't need a high school degree of graduation in order to move into colleges.
And we can help with that. That's something that ASU is doing online. Let's talk afterwards.
Yes. So I guess,
That's
I think
wonderful.
technology and innovation can also, the world is, as much as it's backsliding, I think that, there are openings for looking at creative solutions, because I think adversity, fighting adversity is also where creativity is born. So now the Taliban are holding hostage the education for women of Afghanistan, and we are trying to find solutions on how the women can access education from anywhere, even if that includes completely getting rid of high school degrees.
I know we need to wrap, so I just want to give both of you the opportunity. What is the one thing that people can do to support this cause and support democracy beyond obviously voting?
Oh, yeah, right. So first, I strongly believe in you. And I want us to be together in terms of this development of new rules for the algorithms, technological algorithms all over the world. And I want to ask you to be aware of misinformation and disinformation, especially this year in terms of the elections all over the world, and to help us and all my great allies to spread the truth about what's happened in our own countries.
Thank you. Wei Wei.
Thank you. I think that's an excellent question. While recognizing elections is important and women participation in the election is important, we also need to, women and men, not just men, including women themselves, recognize their own agencies and power to get involved in the social causes, political causes. So recognizing the agency for ourselves is the most important thing. With that being said, given agencies for those who have power, it is important that to give them agency to talk for their own, to lead their own future and their own visions. Often our crises or our causes or our experience are unique. It's different based on where you come from, which country you come from, or which community you come from, right? So it is incredibly vital that these women of unique backgrounds have their own agencies to lead their own future. So create platform for them, help them, like Better Voices is doing, help them to be able to have a platform and to maneuver their own visions and achieve their own goal. So recognizing agencies and creating agencies and enabling agencies for the women across the world is I think, something that the most important thing at this point of our time, from United States to the Burma to Ukraine and Afghanistan when we talk about gender apartheid.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Amanda
Amazing. And this reminds me, when I was serving on the Security Council, the then head of the Human Rights Council found through research the #1 predictor of a rise in authoritarianism is the attack on women's rights.
Yeah,
So there is
absolutely.
a critical correlation there.
There
Thank
is
you.
a critical correlation.
Yes.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much for your work, for your leadership, and for all that you have risked for democracy, for peace, for justice. So thank you, and thank you, Amanda, for your leadership. Thank you.
said you want me to make the announcement?
Is it going to do the, is it like the music? That's the one to look at? Welcome back. Thank you again for joining us today. We will be moving into our next discussion focused on the economic roles of women during and after conflicts. I am pleased to introduce Ambassador Milan Revere to provide opening remarks. Ambassador Revere is director of Georgetown's Institute for Women, Peace, and Security, and was the first U.S. Ambassador at Large for Global Women's Issues. She's also the co-founder of Vital Voices. Ambassador, thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you so much, and good morning, everybody. It's always a great personal pleasure for me to be back here at the Atlantic Council, which does so much good work. And of course, it's good for me always to be with my Vital Voices family, Elise and the others. As you heard, I was one of the co-founders, and Elise and I were the first to open the door some 24 years ago. So how quickly time goes. This International Women's Day comes at a profoundly difficult time in the world. War and conflict seem to be the new normal, and we think about the women and girls who are disproportionately impacted by wars ranging from Ukraine and Israel, Gaza, to Sudan, Myanmar, and so many other places. It's appropriate that this segment in today's discussion focuses on women's economic opportunity, which is critical for sustainable peace, security, and prosperity. A panel will follow, focusing on the role of women in Ukraine, Sudan, and on innovation. 2 decades ago, the United Nations Security Council adopted a resolution known by its number 1325 that recognized the important role that women have in peace and security. It's been strengthened by 9 additional resolutions by the Security Council to ensure that the goals are fulfilled, and we are still off the mark in full implementation. One of the key pillars of the Women, Peace, and Security framework calls for women's meaningful participation in post-conflict relief, recovery, and reconstruction. And I will talk about this in the context of Ukraine today. Including women in rebuilding is not only the right thing to do, but it is also a strategic investment for Ukraine's democratic and economic future. Ukraine recovery conferences have been taking place to encourage private investment in the regions of Ukraine most affected by the Russian assault, to address the post-war reconstruction costs, and to build forward, to lay the groundwork for a new social contract to ensure an inclusive, sustainable recovery for all Ukrainians. It also means ensuring that women in civil society who've been indispensable as the first responders in the war are central to the planning and to oversight of funds in the reconstruction efforts. Women also represent the majority of the highly educated and skilled workforce in Ukraine. They are well positioned to help strengthen anti-corruption measures, to modernize the energy sector and drive Ukraine's reform agenda, all essential components for an effective recovery, and to meet the conditions of Ukraine's ultimate accession to the European Union. The next Ukraine Recovery Conference will take place in Berlin in June, and it is critically important to have women at the table. Recovery will only be realized if women in civil society are fully involved in the rebuilding. The record to date for women's inclusion has not been what it needs to be, so there is work that must be done, and I hope the Atlanta Council will join us in this common cause. Reconstruction should enable women's active participation in Ukraine's recovery and post-war society, in international financial institutions, and private donors should invest in women-owned and women-led businesses, small and medium-sized enterprises in particular. Creating jobs for women and men will be crucial. Moreover, private investments should also focus on rebuilding social infrastructure and the services to strengthen the economic recovery, and physical infrastructure reconstruction needs to be paired with a comprehensive social, human-centric recovery. Reconstruction must be informed by the realities on the ground, and modernization and innovation will be essential. Further, new reporting mechanisms like the digital ecosystem for reconstruction management, known as DREAM, should be supported to allow for transparent, accountable, and equitable use of funds and strengthening any anti-corruption work. So all of this is critical to what is ahead in a very serious way. Evidence shows that better outcomes occur when women serve at all levels of the recovery effort. Moreover, ways to grow the economy can be challenging, but providing for women's economic opportunities can yield significant gains. We know that women spend their incomes in ways that create a multiplier effect by investing in their families, in education, health, nutrition, all of which raise the standard of living. An AID study of several conflict-affected states showed that in some cases, effective post-conflict reconstruction and development interventions created new opportunities for women to improve their livelihoods, to access finance, to join networks. Indeed, post-conflict recovery periods offer a rare window of opportunity to accelerate local development and strengthen women's agency. Because of the shock to the local structures, including gender structures and norms, and because people's determination to rebuild their lives once peace returns. Economic opportunity is an important contributor to post-conflict stability. Investments in entrepreneurship at the micro and especially at the SME levels create income and jobs. However, women entrepreneurs often face serious barriers, such as access to credit, to markets, to training, to technology, to so much that they need to start and run successful enterprises. These must be overcome if women are to unleash their economic potential. Increasing agricultural productivity is also extremely important, particularly where it is a significant sector in the economy. And access to construction jobs is very vital in post-recovery efforts, but women are often discriminated against in this market and often cannot access those good jobs. In Ukraine, recovery is happening as the war goes on. Women are already successfully growing small businesses, identifying market niches, motivated to make a difference with their enterprises. And the Deputy Finance Minister, whom you are going to hear from shortly, told me that today a third of the SMEs in Ukraine are women-run. Women have been undertaking many new roles during the war to address the pressing needs. Many have joined the security sector. Others are serving as diplomatic advocates. They're treating the injured, documenting sexual violence as a war crime, and so much more. They are leading in countless ways. And as the First Lady, Mrs. Zelenska, noted recently, when the war ends, their roles will have grown immeasurably. They will have been transformed by their experience and resilience, and they will help their society to be transformed also. I'm sure you're all acquainted with Rosie the Riveter in the American World War II experience. Many of the men went to war, and the wartime economy provided new, better-paying jobs for women in production plants, riveting airplanes, and producing munitions, and so much more. And when the war ended, some wanted to stay in those new jobs, but many men came home to reclaim their positions. But all the women were not pushed out of those jobs when victory arrived, and many remained in the workplace. And they would ultimately help to transform women's role in the economy in this country. In planning for economic recovery, there's often a tendency to marginalize women's role in the economy. I saw this firsthand when I was at the State Department in discussions on Afghanistan and Iraq, discounting the solid data on women's entrepreneurship and its role in growing economies, frequently not on the table as a way to grow those economies. The lack of economic opportunity caused by war can also bring, as we all know, severe consequences. The displacement brings loss of income. Women desperate to find work are often lured by criminal trafficking networks into believing a good job awaits them, only to find themselves in the nightmare of modern-day slavery. Human trafficking also goes up during conflict and post-conflict, and in places where sexual violence is being used as a tool of war, as it is in Ukraine, prioritizing women and girls' economic investments can help protect them from further exploitation. In the ongoing civil war in the DRC, which has been going on for a long, long time, and sexual violence has been one of the most horrific in the world. The Nobel laureate who runs a hospital there, Dr. Mukwege, once said to me, when he asked the women who are traumatized what they need, he said they always say the same thing. They want a market. They want to be back to normal in the economy. Women constitute a vital source of economic growth that can power post-conflict recovery and sustainable peace. Their meaningful participation in decision-making is crucial. At this International Women's Day Forum, we should remember that gender equality is fundamental to peace, security, and economic opportunity. Our institute at Georgetown University publishes an index on women's peace and security that focuses on their well-being and ranks 170 countries on inclusion, justice, and security. The inescapable conclusion is that the well-being of women and the well-being of nations goes hand in hand. When we liberate the economic potential of women, we elevate the economic performance of communities and countries. This is true for Ukraine, and it is true for all of the nations that find themselves in these circumstances today. So thank you for your attention, and now I want to introduce our next panel. I'd like to invite Kim Donovan back up here. She is the Director of Statecraft Initiative at the Geoeconomic Center here at the Atlantic Council. So you're in for a great discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Revere, for your insightful remarks, your support of our work, and leading the field in women and security in Washington and beyond. Again, I'm Kim Donovan. I'm the director of the Economic Statecraft Initiative within the Geoeconomic Center here at the Atlantic Council. And one of our core areas of research within the Geoeconomic Center is that of the role of women in building resilient economies. I'm very excited to be introducing our first panel, which will be discussing Ukraine. We are going to, following our Ukraine panel, we will be discussing Sudan, and then we will explore aspects of innovation and positive economic statecraft and what international partners in civil society and the private sector can do to foster a more resilient, diverse, and equitable post-conflict economy that enables and empowers women. It's my pleasure to introduce my colleague, Natalia Etten, Deputy Director of Atlantic Council's Millennium Leadership Program, who will moderate our first discussion focusing on Ukraine. Natalia?
Thank you, Kim, and thank you, everyone, for joining our discussion today. I'm thrilled to welcome our speakers today. We have Olga Zykova, Deputy Finance Minister of Ukraine. We have Oksana Nechepurenko, who is the head of the board for Go Global NGO, co-founder of Masha Foundation and Saved Ed Foundation. We're excited to have this conversation today and explore some of the key topics that are relevant for the frame that Kim just set for us. So, and my first question is to the Deputy Minister, Olga Zykova. Olga, Ukraine has impressive track record of women taking positions in finance and economy ministries and the country's central bank as well. So I wonder if you could help us learn how has gender inclusion in the government helped contribute Ukraine's incredible resilience, and how might it help Ukraine's in recovery and reconstruction as well?
Thank you, Natalia, and thank you for having me today. It's a great honor and pleasure to participate in this event. Actually, you rightly said, we witness the situation when actually the political, governmental, administration circles are being chaired by women now in Ukraine. And actually itself, the women leadership concept is quite a complicated one. But wartime women leadership concept is by far more complicated. It requires courage. It requires immensely strong attitude and persistence. And women leadership is actually now fundamental Ukrainian nation's fabric. Because actually, if you take a look, what spheres are being led by women in Ukraine now, it is starting from demining and towards moving the country to the European integration. It is from attracting foreign investments and external funding towards reorientation of the people who suffered from occupied territories and advocating for their rights. All the spheres that I mentioned are being led by women in Ukraine. And if you ask me why, to my point of view, it happens now and why it is important for this path to be followed further through, is that women in Ukraine are having jointly the model of leadership, which is combined of strength and empathy. And this is where I think it is one of the strongest bonds that the country has, especially under the wartime perspective. And on other fronts, it's the bravery which is among teachers, among doctors, volunteers. All these groups share the value of leadership towards creating safe environment and towards having pupils, patients, citizens secured. And I think this is the core answer to your question. This is the core line.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. I appreciate your view as someone who serves in the Ukrainian government, and you're doing an incredible job as well. Millions of Ukrainians, mostly women and children, fled the country since Russia's full-scale invasion in February 2022. Millions still live abroad in Europe and elsewhere even now. What are your plans to help attract these families back to Ukraine, where they can contribute to country's reconstruction and recovery?
That's an extremely important question in regards of understanding where we are now. It has been already 2 years of war. And thanks to the internal strength and the support from the international community, we managed to elaborate programs which actually support those who stayed in the country. But at the same time, we need to think about the conditions that are to be the prerequisites for those who flew the country to return. And this is a multitasking exercise, and it requires to focus on 3 aspects: on safety, on security, and opportunities. With this, I would only point out several figures, as figures always speak loud. The surveys that we held recently among the women and their families who are living abroad because of the war, they say the following. So actually 68% of all women that are abroad now, they are ready to return, but only in case if their children have shelters at schools, only in case if they have opportunities for small and medium business to develop. This is an important fact that third part of business in Ukraine is being led by women. And they need the opportunity to have the economic stimulus and the programs which would give them a helping hand to proceed. With this, when asked, the respondents mentioned core top priorities which are important in terms of them feeling secured and safe. And I would mention it in a very strict way. So with regards to the priorities, they consider the return to the country with a purpose to take part in the reconstruction and recovery. It means that the attitude towards getting back home is not only about getting back to where they belong, but actually to help the country develop. This is a very important point, because actually it changes fully the view that people would like to return simply because they have the apartment in the city they belong to. The spheres that are critical important is social infrastructure, is small, medium business, as I said, and is housing. And then the question is, personally to me as the representative of the government, what you do to get your people back. We do develop several programs as of now. among which is e-housing, which means that the government is covering and issuing the certificates for the people to purchase a new apartment or at least to reconstruct what was damaged. There is a separate program on so-called e-robota, e-work, which is mainly focused on providing people grants for having opportunity for them to actually find themselves either in new job opportunities or to develop their small business. And with this regard, one of the core issues is to proceed working with international community. Donors help a lot. This is where the existential point of this coordination is there. We are working with international financial institutions, with the World Bank, with the EIB. Recently, Ukraine became the member of yet another institution, which is Council of Europe Bank. And each and every IFI has its core mandate, which helps us to match the needs and priorities with the funding available and to co-finance what the government can do, because the fiscal space is quite restricted, and we understand that not all the opportunities are internally available. So here I would say that we simply need to proceed with the same line of coordination that we have now. The support is extremely high, but we also proved ourselves as quite a reliable partner in terms of stepping in and doing reforms, providing programs, not to simply be a pure recipient, but to be a partner in this regard.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Looks like the paradigm is everybody doing their part, the Ukrainian society, the partners, the government as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you for sharing that perspective. And now I want to turn to Ms. Necheporenko. Oksana, you have been a leader in Ukrainian civil society well before Russia invaded Ukraine, full-scale invasion, or 10 years ago even. The role you have taken during your time in the government and as you engage the private sector is incredible. Could you tell us about your work right now and how advancing women's equity and inclusion in Ukraine's society has factored into your advocacy initiatives, and how the Russia's full-scale invasion may have impacted your work right now?
Thank you so much. Thank you for the question. And thank you, Olga, for your amazing remarks. And you were totally right about the women leadership during the war. War is hell, but also it gave the canvas for the bright people to shine even brighter. And that's what happened in Ukraine. Overnight, thousands of Ukrainian women woke up as the leaders. Leaders of their families, leaders of their communities, leaders of the whole number of subjects and questions that are now their responsibility. And they are the only ones who can make it and who can enable it. We always say that Ukrainians have two goals: for Ukraine to win, and for Ukrainians to survive until our army is winning. Men are responsible for winning. Yes, of course, we do have a lot of Ukrainian women in the army. It's absolutely outstanding. But we also do understand that the majority of Ukrainian women are the ones who are responsible for us surviving and for us having the future to fight for. And Ukrainian women became leaders in so many spheres. We have never, ever seen this amazing number of women leaders in our country that manage everything from humanitarian issues, questions, education, healthcare, as you rightly mentioned, to international advocacy, advocating for the guns and arms, international criminal courts, and also, so you have now to do everything. And we have no doubt that Ukrainian women will be rebuilding Ukraine. We will have less of men. They will be in a very difficult psychological situation. And women are crucial in this role. It's also very important to understand that the mission of our one of our organizations that I lead, if we are talking about women, we say that our mission is to revive women in order for women to revive Ukraine. And in order to do that, we all are victims of war in this or that option, because I don't know how you are, but we are all a bit, we are still afraid to hear some sounds here, loud sounds and stuff. So, we are a bit, we are already not normal. It's that ship has sailed. And in order for us to talk about economic empowerment and economic revival, we understand that the first task is to psychologically rehabilitate women. And then the second step is to give them economic empowerment. Because you need to, for the one who lost everything, they also started to lose themselves. And this is very, very important, the first step, to help them psychologically. That's why that's one of the major priorities of Ukrainians now, psychological rehabilitation of women victims of war. And after they feel and start finding themselves again, this is the second priority. That's the first question that they started asking after finding some ground, like, okay, now I'm responsible for everything. What can I do? What skills can I get? What else should I know in order to? That's why the number of Ukrainian women who are now opening private businesses is outstanding. The number of Ukrainian women who are now taking the grants and loans for them is also beyond all of the levels. And this is some support that we also need from you. We need to help to enable them. All the skills, all the opportunities, all the crazy ideas that you had maybe in your other organizations or in other countries, all the experience that you have, we are open for that. We have never, ever been more open than now. We are thirsty for ideas. We are thirsty for the resources because it's on us. It's our country. We have nowhere to fly to. As Olga rightly mentioned, the majority of Ukrainians want to go back home. But the idea is that now the mission is we have no right to rebuild the way that we had with some Soviet past, and some bad things should stay there. In order for us to build new future, we also need new skills and new knowledge and new opportunities. War gave us this, I wouldn't say it's opportunity, it's an obligation to win, but also to rebuild the new dream for us. So that's why women do play a crucial role. And what is also important for us, that all these opportunities that we got now, and all the roles that we are playing now, we need to ensure that it's not just because of the war, that after the victory and after the rebuilding, those roles, those rights, those opportunities are embedded in the society. And this is also one of our major tasks.
I appreciate your comments. Very inspiring to hear that perspective. We have just one final question. You touched on this, Oksana, already, but I still want to phrase this question and see if Olga as well has something to contribute. What are some of the issues holding women back or enabling women to advance economically?
Actually, we are answering these questions now at the critical moment of time, because actually those questions should have been answered by far earlier. But actually, as Oksana said, the war gave us the obligation, but in this particular regard, it also gives us the opportunity to get better as the government, as administration, to work with citizens in a more open way. And I think that what will help us is actually to define what mistakes have been done before. Gender gap in payments. The working conditions that still differ between man employees and women employees. Policies towards parental leave. All these issues, you might say that, I can say as the government that it is our obligation under the EU integration path. But as the citizen, I want to say that it is our obligation just because of the proper, smart, and brave society to walk in the same path as progressive countries do. And here we already started work towards celebrating some initiatives. For instance, we will implement the national strategy towards bridging the gender pay gap for the period by 2030. And we started with the initiative called Of Course You Can. It's strange, but you know, I'm also part of the situation when sometimes I need someone to tell me that, of course, I can. It's not because that I do not have enough experience and knowledge or expertise, or I'm afraid to ask questions. It's about self-assessment and self-criticism towards knowing that you can do some things better, but you lack time or you lack the same expertise, let's say. So these are the initiatives. This is only one example, but we are working towards the strategy of the gender matter quite precisely, because we understand that it will include the issues that have been stumbling blocks for women for many years in Ukraine. And getting back to the point of building back better, it is also part and parcel of this building, because actually sometimes you need to start from scratch and to do important things, starting from reforms, going to NGOs work with the citizens to make things better. And it requires quite a sophisticated approach, but it is there already.
And I just also wanted to add that you are absolutely right. The major limitations that we are having, they are here. Because the war showed us there is nothing impossible for Ukrainian women to do. We can do everything. We survived. It's already the third year of fighting. We are still fighting. We're here. You know, I mean, so that's the major problem. And also one of the major tasks that we are now having in Ukraine, to showcase these examples of women leadership to Ukrainian women, for them to understand that it's not only because the war. The war just was, you know, the trigger for you to show what you can and whom you can be, whom you should be. And this is, but it's again, it's about building the long-term policies and opportunities and strategies that will make sure that we'll have that. And that should be one of the victories of war. The women leadership in Ukraine should be one of our victories too.
I cannot agree more. Yes, we can is a good ending to our conversation. Deep gratitude to Deputy Minister of Finance Olga Zykova and Oksana Nechiporenko for joining our panel discussion today. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia, Olga, and Oksana, for your incredible remarks. I love the Of Course You Can initiative. I'd now like to introduce our next panelist, who will discuss the ongoing crisis in Sudan and its impact on women, girls, and Sudan's social and economic fabrics. Please join me in welcoming Saria Yassin, digital content creator from Middle East Broadcasting Networks, and Arig Al-Hag, senior interview producer for Middle East Broadcasting Networks. Saria and Arig, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you so much, Kim, for introducing us. I would like first to extend my gratitude to the African Center at the Atlantic Council for giving us this opportunity to talk about the women in our country, Sudan. Now, please allow me to start by sharing the stories of two women. The first is Layla, a 42-year-old from a village in South Kordofan. Her life was brutally taken by Janjaweed militias on Friday, March 1st, 2024, this week. Layla was simply gathering Aradeh fruits near her village when she was attacked. Her tragic death is a grim reminder of the danger Sudanese women face daily while trying to survive. The other woman, I will refer to her as Fatima, was arrested, and her fate is still unknown. These stories are not the only ones, but they highlight the commonality of kidnappings, rapes, and markets selling women in Sudan, illustrating the bitter reality of violence Sudanese women face. Sudan is currently experiencing one of the most intense conflicts in the world, starting on April 15, 2023, between the Sudanese armed forces and the Rapid Support Forces. This conflict has resulted in over 13,000 deaths and displaced more than 8 million people. Nearly half of them are children, as reported by the United Nations. The humanitarian situation has reached a critical stage with nearly half of Sudan's population, approximately 25 million people, desperately in need of assistance. Women are experiencing a very difficult situation. More than 4 million women and girls are now at risk of sexual violence in Sudan, and countless others have been killed. And according to the US State Department, both the Sudanese Armed Forces and the Rapid Support Forces have committed serious violations of international human rights and humanitarian law. In addition to this, Sudan is now on the verge of famine. Ediro, the director of the World Food Program in Sudan, stated that, quote, at this stage, less than 5% of Sudanese can secure a full meal a day. The sad reality is that this war is fueled by the resources of the Sudanese people. And the cost is paid by the women of Sudan through non-stop assaults against them. What makes the situation even worse is the lack of international attention and support, making it harder for the global solidarity and media coverage to bring to light these violations and advocate for urgent solutions to protect the rights of Sudanese people. The International Criminal Court, announcing its investigation in July into the hostilities in Darfur with a focus on allegations of killings, rapes, and crimes against children, the urgent need for increased international involvement in Sudan become apparent. The long-standing absence of accountability for impunity in Darfur ongoing, excuse me, since 2005 has been a key factor fueling ongoing abuses against civilians, with women in Sudan being especially affected. However, I always speak proudly about the brave women of my country who have made vital contributions to the socio-economic fabric of Sudan despite the war, ages of struggle for gender equality and justice. In urban areas, for example, the economic contribution of women during times of conflict is equally significant. With markets disrupted and economies strained, women have found ways to support their families. They have started small businesses, engaged in trade, and provided services such as cooking, sewing, and selling handmade crafts. Women running tea and coffee stalls on the street of Khartoum and other cities have become symbol of resilience and integral part of Sudanese culture. Also, their role is significant in rural areas where they have become the backbone of the agricultural sector, working in the field to ensure food security for their families and communities. They have taken on the roles of planting and harvesting, often under the threat of violence. Their contribution, in my opinion, is more than just labor. It is a declaration of survival despite the threat of death. Sudanese women are also praised for their prominent role in political and social movement, especially during the protests and evolutions that the country has witnessed in recent years. They have demonstrated unique leadership abilities and capacity to express public demands for justice and democracy. In closing, I want to thank you all, and I want to give the mic for my colleague Saria, and she is going to talk to us about the situation of women outside of Sudan.
Thank you, Arish. Thank you very much. So I would like to thank the Atlantic Council for this opportunity that allows me to be in such a platform talking about women from my country, Sudan, and highlighting their sufferings and their strength. My name is Saria Yassin. I used to be a TV reporter for many years in the Middle East, and I came to the States to join a radio stream, the launch of a radio stream to Sudan in 2021. That was 2 years before, or 2 years after the Sudanese revolution. At that time, Sudanese women had very high hopes of achieving democracy and gender equality that they were fighting for in the past 60 years. And why not? Of course, they were in the front lines leading the protests in Sudan against the former regime of Omar al-Bashir and fighting to participate in each and every step in the political or in the democratic transition. So they were hopeful, they were positive about their position in the community, about their future, their children's future, and about their political and economic participation, despite the fact that Sudan at that time was one of the world's poorest countries, developing countries, with over 40% living below the poverty line. 2 years later, in 2023, the war broke out and hopes were replaced by desperations. And let me here tell you the story of Amina. Amina is a woman from Al Khartoum, the capital of Sudan, with 4 kids and a disabled mother. And a single mother, of course. And right before the revolution, she started a small family business with her sister-in-law. It was a bakery shop. And that wasn't easy to establish, of course, with the unstable economic situation in Sudan at that time. However, she continued her business as it was the only source of income for her, until the war broke out, and then she had to leave to another safe city, like everyone in the capital of Sudan, Al Khartoum. And in that case, she went to the city of Wad Madani, south of Sudan. She didn't lose hope, and actually no one was thinking at that time that this war in Sudan is going to take all that long, or all that time, actually. We thought that it's going to be ending soon. And she tried to start over her business, her small business, the bakery shop, but this time from the city of Madani, with her family and from her house. Then the RSF forces attacked the city of Madani. She had to start another fleeing and displacement journey from the north of the capital, from the south of the capital to the north of Sudan, trying to cross the borders to Egypt. That was the only solution for her at that time, and for many Sudanese women, actually. And at that time, it wasn't easy to cross the borders to Egypt due to the restrictions, the visa restrictions. But it was possible because of the high number of the smugglers in the borders between Sudan and Egypt. That they were making profit from the war through transporting people in inhuman journey. Inhuman, cruel, and tough journey, actually, where she lost her mom. She lost her mom in that journey. That's when everything turned upside down for her again. And she faced the possibility of being imprisoned in Egypt due to the illegal entrance to Egypt. Therefore, she had to keep hiding. She kept hiding, actually, for 1 month, and she couldn't be present to bury her mother. She kept hiding for 1 month, and 1 month later, she registered to the UN, in the UN Refugee Agency in Egypt, and became one of the 235,000 who registered there. And by the way, they were making a living on only $16 provided by the agency every month. That's impossible to live with that number. At that point, she had to find a way to provide for her kids, to feed her kids, but it was also impossible because of the work restrictions in Egypt and the fact that she was enrolled in the refugee agency that, of course, prevents her from working in Egypt. And the only way to start her business over was to do it illegally. That was not the story of Amina only in Sudan. She was not the only woman who crossed the border and had that situation. That was the case for a lot of Sudanese women who crossed the borders to Egypt that, by the way, by official numbers, has received the second highest number of refugees from Sudan after Chad. One of the positive sides that many Sudanese women in Sudan have used the power of digital marketing to, of course, overcome the work restrictions in Egypt and the lack of opportunities, benefiting from the high numbers of Sudanese population or Sudanese people in Egypt by launching small businesses, selling traditional food, selling traditional self-care products, which are the best, by the way, if you haven't tried any of these Sudanese self-care products. So the resilience and the strength of those of Amina are actually a reflection of the resilience and the strength of Sudanese women. Everyone those Sudanese women were known for the leadership roles in their communities, their engagement in economic activities or in the economic activities, and contributing to the country's development at that time in Sudan, and fighting also male dominance in jobs, and fighting for equal political participation in Sudan for decades. And to give you the full picture, there's another significant part of the story, but this time it's from another part of Sudan that has way more cruel stories about Sudanese women who were crossing the borders to the surrounding or to the neighboring countries. And in particular, I'm talking about those women of Darfur, the western province of Sudan, where women were used to conflicts and war for years. Regarding this, I want you to imagine the geography of Sudan. So Sudan is surrounded by 7 countries, 3 of which are within the top 10 poorest countries in the world. The West, Chad in the west, Central African Republic in the southwest, and South Sudan in the south. And those 3 countries are the nearest, the closest to the province of Darfur. So the refugees of Darfur had to leave to those close countries, and especially, or in particular, to Chad, that is alone hosting the highest number of Sudanese refugees. And most of them are, of course, from the province of Darfur. And here, let me share the stories of those women and how their journey, or the fleeing and displacement journey, was more cruel, and how it changed the economic situation for them after the war. In a brief background, these women of Darfur used to receive the least levels of education and the least levels of health care. However, they still needed to provide for their families, especially when men were all the times in wars and conflicts. So most of them used to work in agriculture and grazing in very primitive ways, and that's due to their illiteracy, the high percentage of literacy that exceeded 70% in some of the 5 states of Darfur, in addition to their continuous state of displacement in the province, inside the province of Darfur. After the war, they had to flee to the closest countries, especially Chad, as I told you. And at this time, this journey was on foot, encountering hunger, death, and rape, until they were hosted by refugee camps. And one can only imagine the situation in a refugee camp in one of the poorest countries in the world, Chad. And again, with the repetitive scenario of the work restrictions and the lack of opportunities in Chad, given the high percentage of illiteracy and the limited skills, they failed to find decent jobs. Accordingly, a huge number of them had to work under inhuman conditions on construction sites, and as housekeepers for incredibly low wages. That's, of course, to provide for their families. Regarding this point, there are many reports. I encourage you to look to these reports about the conditions and the treatment they receive on these places in Chad. Finally, initiatives are also a very key element here. Initiatives were held by Sudanese women outside Sudan, helping those displaced women inside Sudan and the refugees, the refugee women in the neighboring countries. And I would like to mention an initiative such as MOVES, another initiative of Hayat Muhammad Darfur, the Darfur Lawyers Association, that also has an office in Chad. But their job is very difficult. There's no any financing, with the lack of numbers, statistics, and demographic analysis. It's not easy at all to implement anything or to achieve anything for their refugees and displaced women in Sudan. It's important here to note that this war is also a war on women in Sudan, with the different forms of gender-based violence impacting women's mental health, the future generations of women, and also the negatively affecting the economic access, the women's access to economic empowerment, and also women from different social classes and different educational levels have lost everything. But they're still trying to make life possible, each in her own way. And I want to conclude with this. I remember my cousin last week was saying, Ya Allah, متين حنرجع? Oh dear Lord, when do we go back? I believe that she's aware that she has lost everything in Sudan, and that if she went back, she'll have to start from scratch. But with this, or even with this awareness, she was hanging all her hopes on that moment of return. And with the amount of losses, family members, friends, her house, her resources, everything, she's thinking that what happened with her, everything happened with her after the war, or since the breakout of the war in Sudan, is teaching her taught her how strong she is and how capable she is. So yes, this war has taken a lot from us, from Sudanese women, but Sudanese women refuse any setbacks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Saria and Arik, for your fantastic remarks. It's really important for us to hear the personal stories that you shared of the situation in Sudan and where there's opportunity going forward. I'd now like to introduce our final panel for this discussion. We're going to be focusing on innovation and with a focus on inclusion in conflict and post-conflict economies. So please join me in welcoming our distinguished speakers, Dr. Nicole Golden, who is a non-resident senior fellow with the Geoeconomic Center at the Atlantic Council, and Ananya Kumar, our Associate Director for Digital Currencies within the Geoeconomic Center at the Atlantic Council. Okay. Nicole, Ananya, thank you so much for joining us today. This has been a fantastic conversation on the role that women can play within economies during and post-conflict. We've heard from our panelists today not only about the impact of conflict, but also where there's opportunities and roles for women in different situations in Sudan and Ukraine. And this, of course, is not exhaustive in terms of the regions of the world that are facing crisis. I think, Nicole, one point that you've made previously is that approximately 600 million women, which makes up 15% of the female population in the world, live within just 50 kilometers of armed conflict. So, Nicole, from your perspective, I was wondering if you could talk us through, what do you see in terms of how the situation's evolving, and what are some economic trends that are emerging?
Thank you, Kim, and thanks to all of the speakers that have teed up our sort of short, wrap up. There's so much to reflect on, and I'm really thrilled to be a part of this conversation. And of course, always a joy to be with Ananya as well in conversation. And you're right. I mean, I think it's really interesting when I think about how the situation is evolving, as you said. For me, it's a couple things. It's the number and nature of conflict events, and by that I mean, we're seeing the highest number of conflict incidents, 40% since an increase of 40% since 2020. And so not only is, as I said, the number of conflict incidents changing, but the nature is changing as well. In terms of what we're seeing is that conflict is being compounded or interacting with other types of crises and global challenges as well, whether that's climate vulnerability and climate change, debt and macroeconomic challenges, often some arising out of the pandemic. And so with the landscape is really broad into one of, often called conflict, fragility, and violence. So it's a broader landscape that is affecting a wider number of people and obviously a wider number of women. And that brings me to sort of the other piece is the impact and the implications for women is also changing. So we've heard a lot of that already come out in the conversations today, a number of statistics that we've been hearing. One that resonates with me is this idea that, currently half the world's poor live in fragile conflict or violent FCV, if you will, settings, and that number is expected to rise to 60% by 2030. And we know, as we've heard, that women are disproportionately affected by those numbers. We are seeing that in many of these conflicts, in many of these situations, women's labor force participation is low. In the MENA, the Middle East, North Africa region, it's just 19%, whereas for men, it's over 70%. So those gaps are really broad, and we're seeing another example is when you look at the role of, the way conflict and fragility affects women's economic participation, that also then affects and undermines economic growth at large. So it's becoming more of this vicious cycle. And if you look at, for example, the economic opportunity sub-index of the World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Index, you'll see that fragile and conflict-affected countries make up the sort of majority of the bottom quartile, the bottom 25% of those rankings. So we're seeing this correlation, and we're seeing what this means for women's economic opportunity play out in real time. And just sort of a last point on that is, I know in the earlier panel they introduced and mentioned the World Bank's Women Business and the Law report that was just released on Monday. And again, if you sort of compare those lists, you'll see how in fragile and conflict-affected societies and situations, they tend to fall and make up the majority of the bottom rankings when we look at women, business, and the law. So we see that correlation between fragility and conflict and how that it's affecting women's economic opportunity, and how, on the other hand, when women don't participate in the economy, we have an undermining of economic growth. The good news is there's opportunity, and hopefully that's where we can kind of get to in this wrap-up conversation. We've already started to hear some of the good ideas. So I'll stop there, and that's kind of what we're seeing so far. Thanks.
Thank you, Nicole. And so going back to opportunity, Ananya, you recently published a piece with the Atlantic Council to think through different options on payment systems and reconstruction and how we can take a more innovative approach to it. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about that piece, because I think that there's some real opportunity there and how we can empower women.
Thanks, Kim, and it's great to be on a panel with you, Nicole, and with you, Kim. And thank you all for joining us all through our programming across the day. For those interested, my piece is titled "Palestinians Need a Reimagined Payment System to Rebuild Their Economy." And really it talks about the role of digital finance in reconstruction. And the lessons are broadly learned in conflict scenarios, as Nicole was saying. Across the world, as women are exposed to more and more conflicts that last longer, that get more complex by the day, there's an effort to try and reconstruct things through further digitization, and that can provide us with more opportunities. We heard from speakers today from Ukraine and Sudan. Both of them brought up digitization efforts in their economies to try and include more people, not just women, but people who identify outside of the gender binary, people who identify as queer, and people across the social spectra. And we're going to talk a little bit about how hard it is to include everyone in an economy. the solution I talk about, Ukraine has actually created a prototype for that solution, and the finance minister alluded to it. It has a very vibrant tech sector, and women are increasingly more and more a part of it. So that's some of the ways in which opportunities have come up. I spent a lot of time at the Geoeconomic Center thinking about the role of technology in finance, and there's just a few things that I think we need to be cognizant of as we all begin to think about it in terms of building inclusive economies. One of those things is that technology can not only just be a part of the solution. For a lot of these crises, they can actually address unknown costs and provide measurements so that policymakers are better equipped to handle them. The second thing I want to talk about a little bit more is that we must not be distracted by the new shiny thing. There's been solutions that have worked for a while, and technologists often fall into a trap of techno-solutionism where they try to apply technology to a problem that could not be solved by just technology. It needs to be wider than that. It needs to be talking about what are the access opportunities here, what are the education and skilling opportunities as we address the role of technology across economies. And then the third thing, which is that, and this is something that's been highlighted throughout our conversation today, which is that women should not just be the targets of technologically oriented solutions, they should actually be the architects of it. They understand better their problems than other people, and often they're not at the tables when these solutions are being discussed. So that's kind of it, but I'm really looking forward to talking more.
Thank you. And Nicole, just one final thought, because you've done a lot of work for us on positive economic statecraft and how we can enable women through inclusive growth and potential like multilateral efforts. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about your thinking on that.
Absolutely, and as I do, I want to pick up on that opportunity piece in the digital. I was really struck from the earlier conversations on how digital really can play a role not only in the financial inclusion piece, which is obviously critical when we think about how fintech and digital financial platforms can better enable not only women to receive social protections in emergency and crisis and cash transfers, but also to support the women entrepreneurs and the small businesses that we know is really critical, but also the remote learning, because we know that education of girls in particular is disrupted in these settings, and so not only remote education, remote learning, but also just the opportunities for kind of gig work and platform-based work that happens online, as well as then the broader kind of ICT sector as it relates to job opportunities, and when we think about in particular maybe refugee women or displaced women, the ability to kind of work online and continue to earn becomes really critical. So just kind of picking up on that, and as it translates into this idea of positive economic statecraft is something we've been working on together, and it's this idea of the different leaning into, if you will, some of the more incentive-oriented tools, whether those are grants and development and humanitarian assistance to some lending and finance that again are kind of positive oriented and lean into sort of incentives based kinds of policy making. And what we're seeing in terms of supporting from a solutions and getting back to the theme, which is sort of about innovation. So it's not only the technology, which is critical as we've been talking about, but I think of it in terms of innovation in what we're doing to support women in conflict and violence situations, as well as kind of how we're doing it, and thinking about sort of the innovations in that and bringing in some of these different tools. And a lot of the supports that we've heard about are not necessarily different than ways that we can support women in economies in the U.S. or in Europe or what have you, and that might be better education and training, better financing and market entry support to entrepreneurs, financial inclusion, but it's doing it in a way and thinking through it in a way that is really specific to some of the needs of these women. So, for example, we've heard of, we know that physical security is a real issue, and so transportation actually becomes really critical in terms of getting to and from school, getting getting to and from work where women are working outside the home. It's an issue everywhere, but in particular in these environments. It's thinking about, again, the digital piece, but it's education and training for these kinds of roles that they will take up that they can take up during wartime or during conflict, but again, as part of that recovery and reconstruction. So that's, vocational trades for infrastructure and public works jobs and, those kinds of sectors that maybe, that are traditionally male dominated that women wouldn't necessarily have had the education and training to pursue. So it's thinking about that. And the last piece I'll sort of get into, because I know we're short on time, is this idea of, because it's reflected in something the ambassador said and others have said, is, I often talk about inclusive growth and how inclusive recovery, inclusive growth really starts with inclusive governance and inclusive participation. And I think one of the real takeaways from these conversations is that really critical link between women's participation in the economy, women's participation in leadership, in peace building, in negotiations, and that linkage, I think it's like that double dividend, right? It's that double prosperity and peace dividend from having more inclusive processes. You talked about having local voices, something Ananya, can pick up on as well. So those are just a few thoughts, and I want to hear from Ananya.
Yeah, just picking up on that, I think the point of wanting to have sustainable solutions here is very important. We need to have something that works not just in a conflict scenario, but can actually work after it and provides people with a meaningful and a life of dignity. And that's something that we should consider as we try and come up with solutions as policymakers.
Yeah, and just, lastly picking up on that, I think one of the other things that struck me is that it's an all hands on deck, so to speak. We haven't talked as much, but the private sector has a really critical role to play. Obviously, the multilateral institutions, we've heard that come up. For example, we know, the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, seeing the increasing links between macroeconomic stability, inclusive growth, now has a strategy for addressing for the work they're doing in fragile and conflict environments. And, a fifth, I believe, of the IMF list, if you will, of fragile, a fifth of their members are also on, their kind of fragile and conflict situations list. So I think it's something that we're all sort of paying more attention to and really bringing together the public, the private sector, the multilateral sector. And that kind of gets back to this important aspect of positive economic statecraft, because it's that coordination that's a piece of it that has been kind of lacking in the past.
Oh, I think we're all in this together.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great. Well, I think we will end on that note. And I hope just for me, the main takeaway really today is investing in women is really a strategic investment. And the more we can do that, the more resilient economies will be, especially coming out of conflict. So thank you both for your time today and for joining me up here. And thank you, all of you, for joining us, as well as to our other speakers.
Absolutely.
Our next panel that we're going to be moving into is going to be focused on disinformation, and the title of that is Impacts of Malign Influence on Democratic Institutions. So please stay tuned for our next discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have assigned seats?
Don't know.
I just know I'm supposed to face right.
Are we going in now?
2010 to 20. Oh.
Here.
It's still kind of weird to do in-person events still, because it's like, oh yeah, people go to stuff.
We're just adjusting for this early transition, so I'll come let you know. Okay, thank you.
So are you a fellow AC, or are you a staff member, or what?
Fellow.
Okay, cool. And everybody has different terminology.
I'm now helping direct our DFR lab, which is up to 70 people, and it's the equivalent, I guess, of our tech program. I mean, our Graham Brookie there is the director, and I guess your equivalent at AC.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. It's a lot of people.
Has a lot of like non-residents and like semi-affiliates. So I think we're smaller than we look.
I should do more of that. Free labor.
Yeah. Slightly exploitative.
A little bit.
Yeah, something like AI, figuring out where to fit AI across programs, and nightmarish. Everywhere and nowhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Thank you for joining us for this last panel before lunch. My name is Emerson Broking. I'm a resident senior fellow and deputy director at the Digital Forensic Research Lab of the Atlantic Council. And for this session, Impacts of Malign Influence Campaigns on Democratic Institutions, I'm very pleased to be joined by an outstanding group. We have Kelly Wicker, Director of Science and Technology Innovation Programs at the Wilson Center, Roberta Braga, Founder and Executive Director of the Digital Democracy Institute of the Americas, and Maggie Feldman Pilch, Founder of Unicorn Strategies and a non-resident fellow at the Atlantic Council's Scowcroft Center. So by very brief introduction, the purpose of this panel is to consider gender-based targeting, which we often see in malign influence campaigns, as well as gender-based harms. The idea that when half of a population's voices are perennially suppressed, it means that the state itself is no longer free and democratic. But just with that quick opening, Kelly, I want to turn first to you to talk just broadly about your work at the intersection of technology issues and women and gender targeting.
Yeah, so
The key for us is always to talk about the fact that technology is ultimately just a tool. It's not good or bad. It all comes down to how you use it. And it can be leveraged simultaneously for both things. So every decision we make about how we build both technological capabilities and how we build out governance of technology has implications for both sides of that coin. For women specifically, we see a lot of really positive things. I'm thinking about with the growth of digital assets and decentralized finance, we see women using fintech to escape abusive situations or build new sources of income for themselves in developing countries. We also see with the introduction of things like AI and social media, the ability to more easily organize your community, lowering the barriers to entrepreneurship, and in general, just kind of creating new opportunities for women to engage in society and to build something for themselves. But at the same time, the growth of these same technologies has created new attack surfaces for women. Specifically, gender-based violence in technology is such a huge problem. We have an acronym for it, TFGBV, because we can't sit here and say technology facilitated gender-based violence every single time. And then we laugh, but like it's such a serious issue, and it impacts so many women. I think the key thing we think about when we think about this is disinformation and deepfakes. And this is not a new problem. Women have been attacked by deepfakes and disinformation for decades. But it took, for some reason, Taylor Swift being attacked for anybody to really care about it, who had any kind of legislative power. So we do see now some movement on, especially with the growth of generative AI, of addressing the fact that deepfakes are a significant problem and that there needs to be at least some kind of civil recourse, if not criminal recourse, for women attacked. But this is a problem because, like you said, if women can't speak, that's half of society. That we're not living in a society if women are oppressed. But at the same time, the results of disinformation and the results of these attacks on women is to shake the foundations of the democracies that we live in.
Well, thank you for that. And now, Roberta, I want to turn to you because in addition to the study of blind influence campaigns, you're also studying certain populations and their susceptibility to them.
Yes, thank you. Hi, everyone. Really nice to be here. So at DDIA, we're kind of combining public opinion research and narrative analysis work to inform interventions that build a healthier internet for Latino communities. And we're really trying to connect the dots between what we see in the United States and what we see across the Americas. And so really what we're trying to do is both understand what are the root drivers of engagement with disinformation, for example. How are Latinos uniquely engaging with disinformation on the internet? And what psychological, social, media consumption and other drivers can really impact who the people are who see and believe disinformation. On the other hand, we're also looking at narratives. So as I mentioned, the silver lining of information integrity challenges is that when it comes to disinformation, the meta-narratives, they don't actually change that much. There are maybe, I would say, 10 master meta-narratives now that we've identified as a community working in this space that tend to get recycled over and over every election that we see. And that really ranges from things like election fraud narratives to anti-immigrant sentiments to gender-based disinformation narratives. And what really tends to change underneath each of those meta-narratives are the specific claims that we see. And so those will be, unique to certain circumstances, but if we can recognize that those meta-narratives and the techniques aren't really that different, I think it really helps us approach the problem a little better. The conversation around Latinos is interesting because a lot of people will say Latino communities in the United States are more susceptible to disinformation. Our polling actually found that that's not the case. The biggest challenge when it comes to disinformation in Latino communities is a challenge of trust. The majority, we did a poll in 2022 of 2,400 Latino adults in the US where we tested 16 narratives, each person saw 8, and we wanted to get a sense of how familiar and believing people were in the narratives. The majority of people didn't believe any of the narratives and a lot of them were familiar with the narratives, but were not believing it. So high levels of familiarity, lower levels of belief. the people who did see and believe disinformation narratives that we tested more often were actually not low access to information, low levels of education people. They were the people who expressed they had the highest levels of interest in politics, people who tended to consume very partisan news media, and people who had conspiratorial tendencies. So that is an interesting thing to consider. But the last point I'll make here is that when it comes to gender-based disinformation, I do think that the challenge isn't one of trust. It's actually one of delegitimizing women. I think a lot of people who engage in gender-based disinformation campaigns are trying to dismiss, deconstruct, or outright kind of kick out of politics and other positions of power women. And what we tend to see are the same, again, just like those meta-narratives and techniques, the same types of attacks recycled over and over and over. So I think it's narratives about women's capability to lead, narratives calling into question their integrity, narratives that say women must be men, they can't be women, they must be men dressing as women, or they must have slept their way to the top to get into the role that they're in. And so I think in the same vein that in the conversation around Latino communities, we often talk about the same meta-narratives repeating themselves, I think we can recognize that when it comes to gender-based disinformation, broadly speaking, the same style of attack and technique is also something we're gonna see over and over.
Can I jump on that real quick?
Please.
Sorry, Emerson, I'm going to jump in. I love that point you brought up about the meta-narratives being very consistent. That's something we see also, whether or not, people I'm sure probably tell you, like, well, I'm not Latina, so it doesn't matter to me. Or like, I'm not a woman, so it doesn't matter to me. And globally, we see this too. Well, we don't care about the disinformation that's happening in Nigeria, because that's Nigeria. When it works in one place, we always see that narrative come back, because what works in one place will be reused on your community, on your city, on your population, on your ethnicity, whatever it is. And so this is a problem for everyone. We can't ignore the lessons we're learning in a community that's being well researched, because that has implications for all of us. And I think people sometimes miss that it's not a women's problem, it's an everybody problem.
Absolutely. And now, Maggie, I wanted to turn to you, especially as we talk about the construction and targeting of these influence campaigns, because you have a particular perspective here.
Yeah, and first, thank you all for being here, and to the Atlanta Council team for putting this together. And it's always a joy and a pleasure to share conversation with the three of you, and to do it in public makes it even more pleasant. And I think a lot of, certainly what you both have said, and what Roberta mentioned, the undermining of women is crucial here when we're talking about the targeting of malign influence campaigns, because when we're talking malign influence campaigns, we're not talking just one person, right? But it is the same ideas, the same structures, and the same, let's call them biases for the sake of this conversation, that we are then exacerbating or pulling out and making bigger. What do I mean by that? So by undermining women on an individual level, we then basically create two options. One is that we ignore, as Kelly said, let's say things happening to girls online. We don't take them seriously. And we create not an actual dark web, but sort of a dark web, right? We create a darker corner of the space where conversations and campaigns and ideas can be planted, focusing on women. And I don't mean targeting women in the victimization way. I mean in the, oh, this is a community that is really interested in true crime. Seems like a great place to sow some counter-democratic institutions messaging. We see that all the time. But the number of people who take seriously spending time on corners of Instagram and TikTok, pretty small in the national security space. And I think it's also really important to recognize that what we call malign influence campaigns is exactly what others call the work we do of democracy building, right? The words here matter. And I point that out because as someone with an influence operations background, that's the work that I do, that's what I write about, that's literally what I spend most of my time doing is these kinds of campaigns. I recognize that the CCP and others find what I do to be a malign influence campaign, but that's just because I'm crazy about democracy. And so I spend a lot of time looking at exactly what Kelly and Roberta are talking about, and trying to see how do we, dare I say, weaponize it for good. But it's a little scary because for exactly the reasons they've laid out, people aren't paying attention, and neither are the institutions.
So I meant to say at the top, but I hope to engage the audience as well. We'll turn to audience questions in about 15 minutes. But first, I want to co-opt something that'd almost certainly be an audience question. Let's talk about AI for a second. Or let's broaden the aperture, not just AI, but I think consider the way that very recent, comparatively recent technologies might change or exacerbate gender dynamics. So I guess a little more in each of your works, how you see AI, but then maybe also just how social media have sort of changed the things that you study. And I'll add one more point of consideration here, which is the extent to which women have played a role in or been excluded in the shaping of these technologies early. And Kelly, first back to you.
Yeah, so I'm usually the one to break the ice on the AI topic, so I appreciate not taking the fall on that one this time. I think when we talk about gender dynamics in AI, the most telling thing to me is that there's always been a lot of women working in AI, but there's been almost an erasure of them recently. And part of that is because we saw the AI ethics field be very dominated by strong female voices. And they were working at Twitter, and they were working at Microsoft, and they were working like all the major tech companies. And then many of them, when they raised the red flag about disinformation or about AI bias or about coming generative issues, they were summarily let go. Well, that's an opinion that's not going to make us any money, so you can see yourself out. So there's still this contingent of women who are very active in AI, and as everyone's kind of chewing on these questions of identity and ethics and bias, these women are like, we've been talking about this for years. Listen. I'm thinking about women like Emily Bender, who co-authored the Stochastic Parrots paper. Margaret Mitchell, there's women who are talking about larger issues like algorithmic justice, like Joy, whose last name I will butcher if I try. And then we've got people who are talking about specific issues like Sasa Lucioni at Hugging Face, who's looking at climate impacts of AI. Women are a part of AI. We get erased because we have these godfathers who come out and they make these pronouncements about, well, we're all going to die soon because AI will be sentient. And you're like, great, fantastic. Maybe we should have done something about that. And those kinds of discussions don't really move the ball forward. We're not talking about opportunities that are opened by AI. We're also not talking about how to mitigate the issues that we are facing right now, like the use of AI to create deepfakes. And so I think it's really important to recognize that there are long-standing female leaders in this field and to listen to them. These women are engineers. They are not, sometimes they get dismissed as, oh, well, you're an ethicist because you're just a poli-sci person. No, these women are engineers. They know what they're talking about. And they've been talking for a long time. Read the things that women in the field are saying. Pay attention to them. Bring them to events. Let them speak. Give them the platform. They're going to be able to underpin the perspective that we're here talking about, that all women are hoping gets talked about in the rooms where these policies are being decided.
Mm-hmm. So I have a quick follow-up here. Yeah. Could you speak a little more, I think, about the earlier history of, AI ethics, but thinking, I'm essentially thinking about the first generation of people who maybe blew the whistle or were trying to draw attention to this, but who were almost too early. Like, are those voices excluded now? That is it different people who were driving the conversation and the people who were first are excluded?
What's really interesting is some of the questions we're having about bias being baked into systems. We didn't just start using AI when ChatGPT came out. We've been using AI for forever. And we've been having these conversations about, are the systems that are in place making biased decisions in healthcare, in housing, in employment, in labor? And it's like all of a sudden we started over. We had a lot of scholarship from men and women on this topic. And we started over because everyone suddenly redefined AI to exclusively mean generative AI. And so where we used to come into rooms and talk about what is AI, people would say, oh, it's algorithmic recommenders, it's the big data analysis things. Now they're like, oh, it's DALL-E, it's GPT. Like, yes, that is also AI. But these questions aren't new. We've been working on them forever. Let's not lose what we talked about before. So in some ways, yeah, we've kind of dropped the threads we already had going and restarted them. But there's a lot of really smart people working on this who have that more historical lens, who are bringing in the older research, and who are looking at this question not as a new question, but as a continuation of our existing questions on every technology: data, privacy, talent, the role that the users should play in bearing the burden of security versus the companies. These are questions that predate AI. They predate almost every technology that is plaguing us right now. We just, for some reason, keep restarting every time it comes up in a new way.
And thank you. Yes, Roberta.
I was just going to say, I remember, so I used to work here at the Atlantic Council, and I remember back in 2018 talking to a journalist about deepfake technologies. And back then, the message we were sending is, look, deepfakes are not something that we should really get distracted by right now, because it's a very small percentage of the online harms that we're dealing with. And we really need to focus on the very basic counter-disinformation strategies that as a society we still haven't mastered yet. And I think that's back today. But the one point I would make here, and again, we could talk about this forever. I feel like AI has bubbled up as the next hot topic. Disinformation was that 2 years ago. Before that, it was countering violent extremism, CVE. I feel like it's the same.
All three of them being the same thing.
The same sets of issues, just kind of getting new names every few years, to your point. But I think something that we haven't really delved into yet is that women are actually at the forefront of dealing with the harms of AI technologies. Don't quote me on this, but the largest percentage of deep fakes are revenge pornography. It's over, I believe, 90%.
I think it's
98,
right,
percent. And so I think that often we don't talk much about that. We talked about it when Taylor Swift was targeted, but it's an uncomfortable thing to talk about. But I think we get bogged down in the new AI tech, the Pope in a puffy jacket, what have you. But women have been dealing with this issue now for a long, long while. And so I think that it's really important that we not only make sure we're engaging the women experts in this, but also that we're bringing legal precedent from the offline world into the online world to deal with some of these issues that may be affecting women first, and letting that then set precedent for some of the other solutions that we'll talk about, I'm sure.
And I would add Danielle Citrone, right? She and I, we had a conversation, she and I, in public at an event I hosted in 2018 about this, and in fact about the legal precedent, right? And to quote her, she's a MacArthur Genius Grant, I know they don't really call it that, but I'm calling it that because it is what it is, awardee in probably about the same year. If you want to know where the next most dangerous thing on the internet is, go talk to a Black trans woman, right? The more undermined and marginalized and written off a community is, the more they're being targeted online, the more they're being targeted everywhere. But these are testing grounds, right, for people, organizations, states, non-state entities that do this work and want to do it well. Exactly what Roberta and Kelly have said. If it works well in one place, they're going to scale it up. And something that all three of us spend quite a lot of time talking to one another about is, we're talking a lot about what's scary right now. And let's not kid ourselves, this is terrifying. There's a lot to be afraid of. But fear is not the only option. You asked, how are we looking at AI or generative AI in our work? To be honest, I don't do too much research. It's not my job. There's really wonderful human beings who do research that I then learn from. It's my job to make the stuff. And so ways I'm using generative AI, I have no graphic design background at all. Do I have a vibe? Yes, but it is not my passion. So thank the Lord for the ability to type in, please make me, I say please to my generative AI entities because I try to be polite.
Research that shows that politeness actually generates
Right, and I was like, right? See, it's really good to have the people that do the research. And I asked yesterday, in fact, for a non-metallic but still silver, slightly turning, not flashing disco ball GIF And I got one, and I used it in a video I did yesterday, in which I think totally appropriately called the supreme leader of Iran one of the most annoying incels on the internet. Like, fight me if you disagree. So for me, and maybe this is because I'm the person who watches Band of Brothers while I fold my laundry and find it very soothing, fear's a powerful motivator. My therapist would like me to deal with it in a different way. I don't seem to be able to. So why not just be better at it?
Can I add one thing, Emerson? So I think that another thing that gets missed in the conversation that I think will add to what my fellow panelists have mentioned is that I think when it comes to AI, what we're really when we talk about the dangers, what we're really talking about is like everything and anything that's on the internet that is flawed right now. And so I think the generative AI's potential to cause harm really comes from the fact that we're dealing with a tool or a set of tools that's pulling information from a body of knowledge online that is inherently flawed. And so I think just one thing I wanted to add is when it comes to communities like Latino communities in the United States, there are a lot of stereotypes online about communities that we're dealing with. And what we found, even before we were discussing AI, is that social media companies, technology companies, they really are doing kind of an asymmetric job of dealing with content that is non-English language content on the whole of their platforms. I think how that translates over to AI is that we've seen that the terms of service that some of the technology companies are implementing are not being applied or producing the same results when the prompts that go into the tool are related to minority communities or when the prompts that go into the tool are in non-English languages. And so we've run a set of experiments at DDIA, for example, on ChatGPT, where we were trying to test whether OpenAI's policies around creating chatbots would, stick up essentially. And what we found was that, bottom line, it did not when the prompts were put in Spanish and when they were put in with a Latino angle. It actually gave all of the instructions for creating a chatbot that would deceive Latino communities in a variety of different ways. So I think that's just the other kind of point I wanted to make sure I made, is that just like women get marginalized in these conversations, I think sometimes minority communities in the US do too. Totally. But again, we are kind of dealing with the brunt of the harm sometimes when things are not appropriately or symmetrically at least implemented.
I mean, we saw a measles outbreak in New York City, the result of good old-fashioned flyering in a non-English language that no one paid attention to. That then, of course, resulted in a rise in anti-Semitic attacks against what some people call ultra-Orthodox, or more eloquent among us would call Hasidic communities, because somebody funded by a government, dare I shall name it, did a bunch of flyers in Yiddish about the dangers of vaccines. And it worked.
I want to jump on something, sorry, that Roberta brought up. Your point about these systems are based on flawed data sets. We work with what we have. We only have the data that we have, and it was created by a society that was imbalanced. And we are aware of that, and we're working on it, et cetera, et cetera. But I think that kind of draws my attention a little bit to an unintentional malign influence operation where it's not that anyone has decided to do this, but every time a girl or a woman uses an AI system, the output that they get is going to reinforce particular gender stereotypes. And that's insidious if you're not aware of it and you're not watching it. So, the obvious one everyone always uses, and it's old, but it's still worth it. If you ask for a nurse, you get a woman. If you ask for a doctor, you get a man. This has always been, and this is a societal problem. If you write about a nurse with gender neutral terms, people assume it's a woman. This is not a new problem. But it means something when young women are starting to use these systems at younger and younger ages in schools, which is great. I'm very pro using AI as a tool and learning how to use it. But we should remember that this continuous reinforcement of women have a place, and it's not this, it's this. That is a malign influence operation that nobody actually headed up. I don't know whose responsibility it is. At the end of the day, we're not going to ever be able to remove all the harms from any of these systems. The embedded harms exist, and part of what we need to do is pre-bunk with people, the same we need to do with disinformation broadly. You teach people ahead of time, this is what you're going to see, and then when it happens, they're ready for it. But it's just something to continue to think about. How can we solve this problem? And no one's going to solve it if women are not in the room where discussions are being made about what comes next, both on policy and on technical development. What comes next? How do we clean the data sets? How do we generate better data? What do we do when people are using systems and this is their experience?
I have one more question before we turn to the audience, and it is, what comes next? So for folks in the audience, begin to think about your questions. Folks watching online, please begin to use the Q&A function. And Kelly, I want to stay with you then and ask, in a 45-minute panel, we're not going to solve that much, but are there particular policy actions that should be taken now to mitigate or reduce this impact of gender-based targeting?
And this is like the $1 million question that my job is supposed to be to answer this. It's so difficult, but I think the first thing is that like I mentioned, there's a number of bills being considered in Congress right now about empowering women to seek damages when they've been affected by deepfakes. I think that's like step one. Like that's something that's easy to do. We're not solving the problem, or at least recognizing in the legal system, this is a problem, and we're done with it. On the technical side, I think what we're doing a lot at the Wilson Center is we're trying to empower communities to advocate for themselves. Part of the problem is that a lot of these discussions are happening exclusively with industry and government, and people are either having it just filter down, or they're just not engaging with AI systems or with disinformation at all. This is someone else's problem. It is not someone else's problem, it is your problem. And it's also your opportunity. So learn how to use AI systems, learn how disinformation works, learn the issue, and then advocate for yourself up. And so as much as we can do to empower as many people as possible to understand the problem and understand the opportunity, the more I think we're going to get smarter policy if we do that in tandem with educating policymakers as much as we can about the options they have in front of them.
And quickly here, I just wanted to note how acute this problem is, that regarding use of Gen AI for revenge porn and intersectional pornography and bullying, we saw first, I think, in Spanish public schools last summer, the use of these deepfake nudes of classmates. But now we see this popping up more and more in the US, right? This is happening right now. It's not just, say, taking preventive measures, like something has to be done to address this thing that's out there that's going to continue. But Roberta, next to you.
Sure. Well, the solutions conversation is another one. I think a lot of people come to us asking, can you test out what works better, X or Y? And I think that what I would say here is this is not the right frame of reference to approach solutions when it comes to information integrity issues. Everything works for different groups of people who see and believe things online at different rates, who have lived experiences that are different. And so I don't think it's a matter of, do you fact check or do you pre-bunk? You do all of it. You have to do more research into understanding who the audiences are that would benefit from those types of solutions best. And so at DDIA, some of what we're doing, I mentioned the poll we did last year. We actually, from that poll, developed a 6-part typology where we identified which groups were the ones that were at the different levels. So for example, who are the people who see very little and believe very little disinformation, who see a lot and believe it often, who see it a lot but don't really believe it, right? And so those people will serve as different trusted messengers for different approaches, or they'll benefit from different solutions. When it comes to women, so demographics weren't a huge predictor of rates of familiarity and belief, but we did identify what we called a high priority group. They were the people who were highly exposed to misinformation, but retained a high level of uncertainty. That was 21% of the sample of 2,400 Latinos. And I think what was interesting is that these people tended to be younger, disproportionately female women, more Spanish dominant. They maybe were lower on the social trust scale, but still there was something about them that was leading them to retain this high level of uncertainty. And so maybe for this group of people, it's a combination of, well, if they're seeing 8 or to 16 narratives but believing one, then a fact check might work for them depending on the issue. Who are they? Maybe they're trusted in their communities already, so they can serve as, trainers or spokespeople or people who talk about different issues that come up. So I think that's where I would say about the solutions is, like, by and large, we tend to be a little simplistic in how we approach counter disinformation, specifically strategies. In my case, for example, I'm gonna die on this hill, is like Latino communities are not a monolith. In the US, I'm a Latina. In Brazil, where I'm originally from, I'm white. Identity is complicated. There are a lot of different things that go into it. But anyways, Latino communities are not a monolith. It's not the case that, we're susceptible or gullible or vulnerable to disinformation like some headlines suggest. And when you break down the very diverse communities that we're talking about when we talk about Latinos, different groups are going to deal with disinformation differently, and the different solutions that will apply to those different groups need to be taken into consideration. And it's not invest more in fact checks here and less in pre-bunks here, or vice versa. It's like invest in it all, and then do a little better job of like identifying who the groups are that could benefit from those things.
So solutions are what get me out of bed in the morning, right? And so something that I've spent a huge portion of my time and my career on is building institutions and systems to change what it means to be an expert, particularly in national security and defense, specifically what other people define as an expert. It might seem a little strange that this is what I'm talking about right now, but there is a reason. And I say that, and I think, Roberta, it's a perfect bridge, is that whether it's Washington, D.C. or some other capital, we have this idea of what someone who knows about the defense budget looks like, what they sound like, what metaphors and similes they use, what color their hair is, whether or not they have a manicure, all of these things. And the thing is that the more specific, the more narrow that definition is, the more disconnected it becomes from the people that are supposedly a part of this democracy. So I would say there are two things that we can do to make some real progress in terms of solutions. One, recognize that just because someone communicates differently than you does not mean that it lacks intellectual rigor. As someone who spends an awful lot of time explaining the defense budget to women in Sephora, do you have any idea how hard that is, right? Like, I'm competing against some incredible moisturizer. I've got 90 seconds, and I'm using every dollar of those master's degrees, I promise. And I read the Green Book front to back as my idea of a good time. These two can attest to it. So recognize, as Roberta said, right, like, trusted messengers. It's not just the person, it's the messaging. And as Roberta mentioned, invest. I'm gonna be a little more explicit. Fund this work. I get me a shirt that says fund this work. I mean, but I mention that because I think it's been over a decade. I'm sure before I was born, we were having conversations about DC's inability to communicate policy and current events to the average American or global citizen. And somehow, we've decided that communications is the same thing as marketing and that they're definitely both women's work, and we don't care about it. It's overhead. It's not overhead. I do not care how great your thing on the defense budget is if no one reads it. I don't care how great it is if no one understands it, and I really don't care about it if no one else cares about it.
Well, thanks for that. And
Imagine
on the
what
point
it's
of
like to deal with me all the time.
well, I mean, well put. And on the point of communication, now, audience, we'd like you to communicate with us. We'll take 2 questions to start. We have about 10 minutes left. And you, please, and then yes, and then in the back as well. And we have a mic stand right there.
Thank you. Amazing talk. I appreciated everyone's differing but similar perspectives. I just have so many questions, but I'll stick to one to give other people time. So this is, I'm on the screen. Kelly, your point kind of got me thinking about this, and your conversation kept going kind of in this direction of, you said technology is not good or bad, it's just a tool. So something I was kind of thinking about is you talk about the human bias of the data sets of generative AI, but what about human bias in the creation of the technology? So do you think like this can allow like kind of the malign influence campaigns, like the creation of technology? And if so, like what are the like alternatives, right? Like I think of kind of just coming from kind of like a weird artsy game design background of like alternative technologies like mechatronics or like the Fediverse or esoteric programming languages are a really interesting one. So like, do you think there's an economic advantage to this, like policy level? Like what do you think just on this generally?
More Roblox. More Roblox. Yeah.
Okay, so no, the only yes is my answer to this. Like, so we actually produced a snapshot of the impacts on Latino communities from another set of experiments we did last year, and something we noted is that yes, the people who control the creation of the tools that impact our society to this extent of a level tend to look and be and have the similar backgrounds that they do. Very few Latinos are part of making those tools, right? And I think it's same with maybe women, is like the rates are just very different. And so yes, like I think the biases of the creators of the technologies are absolutely affecting how they come out and then affect our communities. And it's to the extent that I think it's like things that maybe they don't even ever talk about or have to deal with, and so it doesn't even come up. I think about, you know, the deepfake conversation we had on revenge pornography. Men are not, no man that I've ever met has had to deal with the types of attacks that at least 10 women that I know have had to deal with on the
I would
internet.
think all three of us on this stage in some capacity.
And so, luckily not on the deepfake.
All right, well, that's just me then. Cool.
But yeah, so I think it's like if it's not even on your radar, then it's not something you're going to factor into the creation of the tool. So yes, and then on the economic incentives piece, so there are some great organizations that are investing in minority communities going into tech. So I'm thinking of the Caper Center, for example. They just launched a great like Latin tech ecosystem report yesterday on the Hill. And so I would say, yeah, just like more investment into facilitating the entry of different types of people into the spaces where they can then be a part of it.
Great. If I can tag on one little thing on that, I was at a really interesting task force meeting on responsible human narratives and technology. And we talked, there was a professor there presenting his research on the fact that every technology has a script embedded in it. What do I want you to do with this? Mm-hmm. Even speed bumps have a script. The script is go slower. But we don't always know what the user will do with that script. So first of all, the question is, were the scripts designed by a group of people that represent people accurately? But then second of all, what happens once that script is released into the wild? How do people respond to it? What do they do with it? And that's such a fascinating question to me. This research is, there's many people in this task force who are doing this kind of research, which the ultimate question is, should we use technology to enforce some kind of moral outcome that we have all agreed on when really we have not agreed on? It's a group of people in Silicon Valley agreed on it. And then if we do that, what will it actually result in? Because the answers may surprise you.
I'm telling you, this is why I'm crazy about Roblox, right? We were talking about this before we got on stage. I got to spend a couple of minutes yesterday in a public webinar. Anyone who knows me knows that I love Paris Hilton. Why do I love Paris Hilton? She is, oh, really? Okay, so she is the author and sponsor of what is currently the most wide-ranging legislation to combat human trafficking in the continental United States. Her media company, 1111 Media, is doing incredible stuff in the metaverse, extended reality, virtual reality, particularly Roblox. My idea of a good time is like, can we please, 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 someone let me build an embassy in the metaverse? And I mean, the Swedes did this in my second life, right? And I have two much younger siblings, and so I'm learning a little bit about Roblox from them. And what happens when you give people the technology? What do they make? The inside of a 7-year-old's brain is an incredible place. And I think if we can find a way to not lose that and bring it in, I'm a huge fan of game design and national security, like more, please. And we should be spending more time, not just talking about Roblox, but like doing some stuff on Roblox.
So we have time for one more question. Please in the back if you'd like to use the microphone, and we'll end on this.
Yes, please. My name is Uliana. I'm a journalist from Ukraine, and actually recently there were reported about using the face of famous blogger, the woman blogger, producing fake news. And she were reported about that, and it was like a big deal because her face was used for producing fake news. And actually, you were already started talking about the result of that AI and technologies and tools we already have. So my question is about what about responsibility of that fake news, and what about responsibility of bad usage of AI even in that production, like fake news and all that stuff? Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And who would like to start?
I mean, the thing, so that is a great question, and I also feel like it's exactly what's holding back so much legislation and regulation nowadays is the attribution of responsibility. And what we've heard say in the past is, for example, we have slander and libel laws in the world, and they were designed for a reason. And in the offline world, if you can attribute intent to a specific person in a slander and libel case, then you can prosecute them on that, and a lawyer will be able to build like sort of a chain of evidence leading back to that person. If you're able to do that in the online world, ideally it would work the same way. So when we talk about the offline to online pipeline of legal precedent, is like, why can't slander and libel laws be updated to the online context? I think the easy answer has been, well, that chain of evidence is harder to create online. So like you can't tell exactly who started something that ended up resulting in someone's reputation being ruined. But that said, I feel like that's a little, like, we shouldn't stop there. Like, why give up there? I feel like we need to figure out a way to make that happen. We have so many tools at our disposal now. And I think, like, you know, maybe the legal field can update to that. But I don't know the answer is, like, the responsibility is in part on the technology company, I think. But I understand why they can't be responsible for every malign thing that their users do. And then if you can't attribute cause to the malign user, you can identify who they are, then what happens? And I don't have an answer to that. If I did, maybe somewhere else.
And I don't know, the legal question is an important one. I am not a lawyer. I say that quite frequently. Don't have an answer. But first, thank you so much for the work that you're doing and for being here today. I would say that responsibility to me is dual-hatted at minimum, and there's a social and moral responsibility. Social norms are a thing, right? And we can enforce behavior norms. We do it all the time. I can tell from the way that people look at me on the metro that we do it all the time. There's no reason why we don't do that in this same context. The other thing I'll say is that Danielle Citrone, Ben Wittes, and I and some others had a very public conversation about 5 or 6 years ago about, well, is the danger, is the violence, is the harm of deepfake pornography the fact that people believe it, or is it the actual thing? And what would happen if a bunch of us decided to opt in and all have deep fake porn made about us, of us, and therefore it was so common that it changed the social norm, the social assumption that what you were looking at was real, right? If we flipped it somehow, could it be done and would it be useful? I don't know the answer. It was a thought experiment. Clearly, I've spent a lot of time in, liberal arts background. But that's the kind of thing, like, we have to have really uncomfortable conversations and get outside of what we think is our comfort zone.
And Kelly, the last word.
Yeah, I think just to go back to one thing that Roberta picked up, one of our continuous problems in AI governance is that there is this circle of the people that are involved in the fact that this is a product that you can make, and the question is, who's liable? Is it the data set? Is it the user? Is it the company that made the model? Is it the platform that the thing was posted on? Is it the regulators who didn't market it? That is
and you said this, like this is our ultimate struggle. This is why we cannot really figure out how to move forward, because who is responsible? If I photoshopped Zelensky's face onto a picture of someone surrendering, you wouldn't sue Adobe. Photoshop wasn't the reason that was made, it was me. But what happens if I use an AI system to create a deepfake of Zelensky surrendering, and you find out that I am a Brazilian national who's currently living in Austria, and I used an American system to post it on a like who even can bring me to justice? What it's just like the problems abound. Like the way we are so connected now, and the technologies that connect us are so transnational that our current systems are not up to the challenge of giving us a tool to address these issues. So I think what we need to do is create both technical solutions and this kind of these disinformation things. If we can't keep you from doing it, we need to work on keeping people from believing it.
Wise words to end on. Look, Kelly, Roberta, Maggie, thank you very much for joining us today. And to our audience, thank you as well. I'm pleased now to introduce our next event, lunch. So take care.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the Atlantic Council's International Women's Day Forum. Thank you all for joining us today. My name is Maya Sparkman, and I am an Associate Director at the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center, and it's my pleasure to introduce the next panel. Today we're joined by Damilola Ogunbiyi, the CEO for Sustainable Energy for All, and Lisa Friedman, climate change and energy reporter from the New York Times, to kick off this discussion on boosting gender equality through climate action. And I will be joining the next panel shortly after this fireside chat. Over to you.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Damilola, I was a reporter at a wonderful publication called E&E News when SE4All was launched. At the time, there were approximately 1.5 billion people in the world without access to energy. Now, according to the IEA, the numbers are in the 700 million-ish. We can talk about rises and falls. Where have some of the biggest gains been, and where do some of the biggest challenges remain?
Okay, thank you for having me first, and it's great to be interviewed by you. I think we first have to set in context. Improvements have happened. This year, we're looking at, I think the figure's about 690 million people that don't have access to electricity. That's a good thing. But if you look at where that has been gained, that has really been an Asia boost. There's been a lot of work, especially with India. They've done an exceptional job of making sure everybody's connected. I'm not saying that everyone might have reliable power, but everyone has access to some form of energy. When you look at the figures of Africa, it kind of gone from about 590 to maybe like 560 million now. So it's not improving at the pace, and that's from various reasons. You know, it's not that, you know, African government and African private sector are not driving it, but, you know, things like babies being born is outpacing the amount of electricity connections that are happening. That's a real thing, you know, debt crisis issues, people going back into extreme poverty. So when we look at the information, I don't think we should kind of clap our hands and say, oh yes, we've improved. You can do this? Sorry. Hello? Great. We should also focus on we should also focus on where these gains are and the countries that are dealing with that. The other area I want to touch on, because people seem to forget it, is we're not doing very well with access to clean cooking. We still have about 2.3 billion people without any access at all, and about 900 million of those reside in Africa. And it's currently, according to WHO, the indoor air pollution is the 5th largest cause of death of an African woman. So it's a really terrible situation right now.
Wow. So we're closing in on the related issue, which is, what does lack of energy access mean for women and for girls?
I mean, lack of energy access means having any type of life. You will not be able to live a dignified life if you do not have access to electricity and clean cooking, or if you have access to clean cooking, but you still have to rely on fuel wood. So to put it in perspective, if I take clean cooking on the average, I guess, vulnerable woman spends about 4.5 hours to 5 hours a day between collecting fuel wood, bringing fuel wood, burning that fuel wood again to make charcoal for the family. And in that whole value chain, the level of gender-based violence to collect the fuel wood and back is just, I mean, the figures that we were seeing in Southern Africa was 7 out of 10 women are likely to be raped on the way to get fuel wood. And I think it's really important to give this context, because when we talk about it, we just think we're just switching people to a better source of energy. These are really, really horrible things. And there's also the link of having gender-based violence in your home with your spouse by not having food ready on time. So it's a lose-lose situation all around, apart from the fact of you're inhaling all these terrible fumes, and their children running around, which causes them to also feel the effects of it. So that is awful. We also, on the good side, is we know when we connect a woman, particularly, to constant electricity, about 40% of them end up having a business. Either within the home, around the home, something. So it's also the knock-on effect of what is that GDP growth, because you're connecting a woman, which is not the same stats with the man. The man is only about 18%.
What accounts for that difference?
Just women are just more
They're just better.
Amen.
I mean, they're better. They're better board members. They're just better at stuff. They don't steal as much as men in terms of company structures. You know, the stats are there. And again, having access to electricity tools also means renewable energy, especially if you're working in that space. You're more likely to be on par with your male counterpart, which there are very few sectors that allow you to do that. Yeah. So it's not a, you know, nice to have. It's something that is, you know, I just find it ridiculous that we're still talking about it and we're not linking it to climate issues. And we still believe having, 300 million women by 2030 without access to electricity at all, we will achieve our climate goals. It just can't happen.
The FAO just recently came out with a study showing the disproportionate burden that heat waves and extreme heat has on female-led households. When you layer climate change on top of a lack of energy access, you know, what else are we seeing for women and girls, and what is how do we, you know, you said it, we can't meet our climate goals without meeting our energy access goals. How does it hurt the ability to meet all these other important goals?
It has the ability because not investing in women actually hurts the society. Yeah. Like if you only thought about the economics and you didn't care about climate, investing in women is actually better for your society, GDP-wise. So there's just that angle. It's just, again, it's maths. You know, for you to just calculate what would it take to take these women and train them and develop them. It's also important to marry on the fact that this use of fuel wood is causing massive deforestation. So apart from heat waves, we're seeing floods like we've never seen it before. And because these localities sometimes are not, you know, open to the press and things like that, the migration figures in new forms of climate refugees, all these other things disproportionately affect women and children, because they're the ones moving around, or the man goes first and things like that. So it's destabilizing their entire world. You now have communities, especially in West and East Africa, just constantly moving, and some of the children have never known where they actually come from, and it is because of climate-related issues that are affecting it. So it's not like, oh, it's really hot, I don't have a fan or an AC. It's more in terms of this has destroyed my whole agricultural base. I cannot farm anymore. I have to physically leave an environment I've known all my life to move somewhere else.
So if you can't meet energy access needs, then it also becomes harder to meet health needs, education, housing, all of the other, either whether they're SDG goals or just human rights.
Yeah, I mean, we have a pin, and I should have worn it today, where energy is at the center of everything we do, because if you do not meet energy needs, you will not meet at least 2/3 of 169 SDG goals. Right? So, you know, looking at this issue of clean cooking as a health crisis as well is very, very important. But the gender figures they're just really, really daunting, because these women only want to prepare food for their families. You know, but it is hard for people like us to relate that because I want to provide food for my children, I am dying. You know, and I think it's really important for us that everybody in this room is at such a privileged position just because you're in this room. And that context and that understanding of what is actually happening in real time on ground is just as terrifying as all these awful wars or conflicts that are going through. And it's the cause of a lot of conflicts as well that's happening on the continent.
I think maybe I think that by providing energy access to communities, you are implicitly providing energy access to women and girls. Is that true? Are there special, are there specific needs that need to be met when we're thinking about gender and energy access?
Absolutely. So it doesn't mean that. What we've seen for many years is you have these amazing electrification projects.
Yeah.
So they electrify the home, but the source of energy for cooking is still fuel wood. So you're not, they might have, a system of electrification, but it's still fuel wood. The other thing that people have to understand, it's not about just electrifying people, it's the minimum level of electricity you need to live a dignified life. So I just want to break that in perspective. We feel that that number is about 1,000 kilowatt hours. For people who don't understand kilowatt hours, the average American uses 13,000 kilowatt hours. So we're asking for the equivalent of an American fridge. It's just easier.
Wow.
Just an easier way to say it. And the global average is about 3,000 or 4,000, wherever you are, right? Being in the installed capacity of sub-Saharan Africa, if you take away South Africa, gives every single African is living in energy poverty because they have 400 kilowatt hours. I like to break it down because it's not about just giving electricity. And, if I see one more picture of a solar lantern and 20 women around it and they're smiling and everyone claps like someone's done anything, you didn't give them electricity first, you gave them light. And that light cannot do anything for them. You need to give enough electricity to power a small fan, to power a fridge, to run something. And that's what we're trying to push for. So it's not okay for you to say, I've done this and clap and, take pictures. It's what is that sustainable model? And that sustainable model has to include like decentralized energy solutions. It has to include training women and girls to be able to operate these systems.
Yeah.
Right? So a perfect example is when in Nigeria, when I was the head of what is and was as well, sorry, it's gone bigger now, largest energy access program in Africa, it was very, very important to me to make sure that every single company that applied to be part of the program showed me their percentage of women. It wasn't you can't even get through to the next round if you do not show me what is your gender profile. And it's not, no offense, the admin assistant of this, and they got like 10 of those guys. It's who is managing, and that program has been really successful because we probably have the largest amount of African-led solar businesses because you've insisted on it as a sovereign from the start.
Is that program unique in that it asks?
Absolutely, because some other countries are scared to ask the World Bank to make it a condition, or the AFDB, or whatever. Or the one that I love the most is, we don't know any women. It's actually, we don't know the women. So, Anita says, because she headed that part of the program for us at the time of the REA. We said, no problem, we'll train them. So we just took everyone, what do you need? You need solar installers, you need this, you need that. And we took and we trained them and we gave them to them because they don't know where women are.
So that's a replicable program.
Absolutely, absolutely. What I wouldn't, just on a lighter note, what I wouldn't say was replicable was me walking on top of a ladder in a village to show a bunch of fathers that their children could be, the girls could be solar panel installers, because I was really scared about that. But sometimes you've got to do what you've got to do to get women in programs.
What was the reaction?
But they just did not believe. They said women cannot climb ladders. And I just kept on seeing it in all these communities. So I had to physically go video myself, everyone clap, and I was praying as I was going on top of there. They gave me the panel, put it down and run down just to show that women can install a panel. It's those type of really silly things, but it makes a difference. And we just have to be unapologetic about getting women in our workforce. We do it at SE4 as well. We actually have a program for gender and youth together, the dedicated program. When I came in, we used to have programs and then say, where's the gender component? Where's the youth component? Like, we do that all the time. But now it's kind of, okay, we start with gender and youth and what marries on top. And that's been a fantastic model. We have so many young people that are working with us that allow us to learn every day. And obviously it's me, so obviously we have at least 60% of people working in the organization being female as well.
From parts of the world where there has been, this 500 million or so jump in energy access, are there other lessons learned? What are some countries doing right that other countries and communities could learn from, whether it's in India or elsewhere?
I think India is doing quite well.
Yeah.
I think they have women-led initiatives around their agro-market, around small SMEs. And those industries are really, really important to make sure these mini-grids and decentralized solutions actually work. And the model they have, the cooperatives are like 1 million women. It's just really, really something spectacular. In my home country, Nigeria, we now have, especially in northern Nigeria, we now have like a tuk-tuk businesses that's all women-led, we found out that women were not comfortable having men drive them. So from the driver to the technician to the swapping station assistant, everybody has to be women through the value chain, and it's great. And the tuk-tuks are pink as well, so they're quite cute.
I've read, and also I'm not texting my husband. Sometimes I write questions on my on my notepad on my phone. But I've read recently that gender equality in the energy space is not well measured. Can you talk a little bit about that? Do we have the numbers to know how well women are faring when energy access is provided, and also the number of women in the energy providing space?
So I think there's the two separate issues. I think why the figures in terms of knowing how women are faring when they get access to energy isn't well documented is because there's not enough documentation of what life was like before. So it's hard to measure something where your baseline is now they have it. So everyone's like, they have it, so you must be so excited they have it. But no one's talking about, okay, in 3 years' time, she's probably made enough money to buy this. So she needs more on that. So I think that's what's the missing link. So spending a lot more time on before they have it, so we can see how we improve it and what you can add on to their system, to make them more productive. Because a lot of these women in these communities are quite industrious, right? You have women who cook for a living and things like that. So we've been looking, okay, so what does a solar and battery cooker look like to give to a woman who cooks for a living? And so you can only know that when you know, oh, she was using kerosene before. So it's definitely not cost effective. So this will make sense in terms of, the economic value of it. The other side of it in terms of women working with different companies and institutions, again, you hear about people like me and other people, and if they get a bunch of young interns, but there's like a missing middle that we're just not capturing. And then especially on
what is that middle?
A middle band of more like middle management. Okay. That you're like, what exactly are they doing? Are they just the comms person, which is perfectly fine, a social media, but are they the technical people solving the problem? You know what I mean? Like, where's the pool of people if I have a problem, like I say, in that institution, can we quickly call her to help us out? Because we need to, because there's not enough of us. So I think there's high level, low level, but there's nothing in between. And for me in this role, and I tell everybody, the reason why I took on this role was because I hadn't seen anyone who looked like me. Yeah. I'd never seen a woman of color in the energy space at the highest level. I saw the Amina Mohammeds and stuff who are amazing, and she's my boss, but who was a little bit silly, has 2 kids, has no work-life balance, just coasting life around. I don't see people like me, and I wanted to show people please relate, please come into the space, because I haven't figured it out, and we'll all figure it out together. So that's very, very important just to even see representation sometimes.
Tell me about your work-life balance. How do you do it?
I have no work-life balance. It's prayer, and like we say in Africa, God. Because the thing is, my children are they're how I measure success. Yeah. And one of the reasons that drive me is because I want to leave them with a planet, right? And I don't want them to see this level of poverty. But I want them to understand it and understand their privilege to try and help. So I feel like it's all interconnected of why a lot of us don't have a work-life balance. It's not that we choose to, but if we look at our children, what kind of world are they going to grow up in if I don't do what I'm doing now, at least to the best of our capabilities? It's almost like we're failing them.
What are some of the most persistent problems preventing energy access in sub-Saharan Africa?
Just not taking it seriously. I mean, it's not a crisis, right?
Well, I've been on panels with folks who say this is not a technical problem, it's a political problem, that we know how to provide energy access, but it's an issue of governance. Is that accurate? Is it also an issue of access to finance? What are the other factors?
Access to finance, it's governance, but fundamentally, especially I've been in DC for a couple of days, it's people not understanding it's a crisis. It's like how climate is, it's like, these things happen, these floods happen, these heat waves happen, it's not going to happen to me. And then when it happens, everyone panics and tries to figure it out. But people don't understand that this isn't the type of thing that one side of the world, will be doing every day they can, and another side of the world will suffer, and all of a sudden we'll all come together. It doesn't work like that. This is a climate crisis. Energy access is the climate ambition for many countries. Yeah. We really have to look at it seriously, because it's not even just access to energy, it's access to clean, sustainable energy. You're dealing with a continent, like I said, that needs 20x, 22x more energy. Can you imagine if all that energy is dirty?
And I want to talk about gas.
Can you really imagine if all that energy starts off dirty? There's some places that you have, 10% energy access, 10% penetration. What are you transitioning?
And 2% of investment in renewable energy is in Africa, if I remember the numbers correctly. What is the single biggest thing that is required to change that?
So there needs to be recognition of large-scale projects and connections to energy access. What is happening now on the continent, I think the figure is 580 million, I have to check it. Out of that 580 million people, at least 400 million can be connected decentralized. Decentralized solar solution, that can happen. The problem is there's such a focus on these large-scale generation projects going into grids that basically don't exist. There are very few countries in sub-Saharan that can put a 1 gigawatt in. So you funded the generation side, but all of a sudden you haven't put the same amount of funding into transmission, distribution, metering, and all the way. I believe you have to have a grid system. Yeah. I'm not one of those purists that says just go one path. And even the mini grids.
So decentralized energy can't do the whole job.
No, decentralized energy by design is designed as well for when the grid gets there. Right? The mini grids should be designed that one day the grid will get there. That village will become a town, and that town might become a city. It shouldn't be designed as in it's going to be there and it's a poor solution for poor people.
So what should the role of gas be in Africa as an energy development source?
It depends on which countries have it and which countries do not, and what they're doing. So again, I get very frustrated when Africa is seen as a country instead of a continent. Mm-hmm. The resources we were talking to are just in very few countries, and whatever they want to do, they do. It doesn't matter what we say about the role of everything, but you're not going to bring something that is not unique to that locality because you think it's going to work, right? And that's why it's like you have to keep on segmenting the issues. The energy access issue, I am convinced, can be done by renewable clean energy. That's not the industrial issue. That's not how industry it might be working. That might not be how you power your tech company, or it might be a hybrid there. But we need to segment for the most vulnerable people. You can have clean energy, renewable solutions moving forward.
The Sustainable Energy for All has a goal of ending energy poverty by 2030. We are almost there. Does that goal get reached?
Absolutely. Why are we here? We've got to go big or go home. If I didn't believe in it, we won't be here.
Can you end energy poverty and also reach the net zero goal by 2050?
If you don't end energy poverty, you will not reach the net zero goal. I think that's my response. It's not possible.
Yeah. One of the things we were briefly talking about backstage was some of the great things you've seen since you've started it at SE4All. What has really impressed you? What has made you think, wow, if only we could bring this, worldwide?
So first, developing countries removing fuel subsidy. I didn't think I would see that on the continent in my lifetime. It was one of those fairy tales one day. And even though it was a purely economic decision, it just made a fairer playing field when you start introducing new technologies first. The second is the growth of energy transition planning with energy access as the bedrock. Right? So countries are now saying, I'm not just going to say net zero by one date and do a pledge at COP. I'm going to sit down and say, what does that mean for my whole of economy pipeline? And that's what we've been helping them through. So if you take Ghana or Nigeria or Kenya, there's a plan to say, this is how much I need to invest in this. This is how much I need to invest in my transition, my distribution network, my power system, to allow me to confidently say I can get to net zero. But it's a large amount. Yeah. So for Nigeria to transition by 2060 is $1.9 trillion. And we rally around trying to get $1 billion for the whole world every year at COP. Right. And this is with perfect governance, perfect policies, everything happening perfectly. That's how much is needed.
We only just met the 100 billion goal 10 years late.
So again, if this is serious, and this is a country that will be the third largest population by 2050, second to China and India, you take it seriously now that they have 45 gigawatts of diesel and petrol genset. That is dangerous. It's all those type of things that we need to focus the countries looking at. And now we have countries in the developing world saying they want to transition. I never thought that would happen.
That is super exciting. They want to go green. They want to go cleaner. They think that's where the finance will come in. But on the flip side, they're not getting the support in real time that they truly need to do these things, especially not from the DFI community.
And since we're in Washington, what are some of the things that you would like to see from the Biden administration in this space?
I mean, I would like for them to select which countries are going to be priority and work with them to make that priority. So example, if you said these are your 5 African countries that are going to be priority, it's not just about we're providing USAID some subsidy to support Africa. It's where the American businesses that want to set up there. Where's the assembly? Where's the manufacturing? What is the ecosystem? Where's the guarantee system that you can counter guarantee some of the local pension funds and things? Because I mean, I keep talking about foreign, but Africans also have to do something. You guys can't sit down and say there's a problem. But because of the debt crisis, there needs to be all these instruments that we need to put in place. So that innovation really, really needs to come. And it has to be by scale. It's not $1, $2, $3 million. It's billions of dollars. You know, that's an investment in the market that I frankly think it's a really big opportunity as well, because more energy is needed, not less, over the next, I don't know, couple of decades.
And maybe in our final seconds, you could leave us with, you know, an optimistic vision. I mean, what are some of the things happening right now that give you hope?
Okay, I keep on talking about access to women having electricity. But that whole EV sector, the women drivers and technicians and business owners that we just didn't even see coming, yeah, that is super exciting for me. That is super exciting to have business models that work with the most vulnerable people, but they are scaling up naturally by just giving them, you know, the resources, the space, the enabling environment to do what they do best.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Round of applause. I really appreciate it. Thank you for a wonderful discussion. I would love to.
Thank you so much, Damilola and Lisa, for joining us today. And thanks again for joining us. We are just going to reset the stage to start the next panel discussion to further dive deeper into the nexus of gender and climate. And we are fortunate to have an esteemed group of panelists. And we also have one joining us online. So this will be a hybrid session. But we're really excited to dive deeper into the topics that Damilola and Lisa were just discussing on the opportunities to increase energy access to power a high energy and high growth future, especially these opportunities that women and girls can benefit from, and moving beyond just the small solar lamps and calling that a successful energy access project, but really exploring the opportunities to build energy systems that can power a refrigerator and more. And I think we'll have. Yeah, perfect. And then also just increasing the representation of the energy sector as well, both on the policy side, but also the technical side. And it has been really fun and exciting to be able to work on this International Women's Day programming at the Atlantic Council for this, to be able to really highlight the women leading the charge on this front. So without further ado, I'm going to sit down and introduce our panelists. Okay, and I think my mic is still working. So we are fortunate to be joined by Jacqueline Musitwa, Senior Climate Finance Advisor at USAID, Sia Novroji, Senior Director, Girls and Women's Strategy at the United Nations Foundation, Renata Koch-Alvarenga, Founder and Executive Director of Empodera Clima, and joining us virtually will be Sarah Barton, Director of Women and Girls Equality from the Clinton Global Initiative. And you, Sarah, you can't see inside the room, but your face is around all these screens. So we can see you. Hi, welcome, and thanks for joining us. So Sia, to kick us off, I wanted to turn to you. Can you share how women and girls are disproportionately impacted by climate change and the broader societal implications of this impact?
Sure. Thank you, Maya, and thank you so much for inviting us. The Girls and Women's Strategy team at UN Women is always excited to go anywhere and talk about how gender equality is linked to every single issue in the world, and certainly climate change is right up there. Climate change essentially exacerbates the vulnerabilities that girls and women face due to gender equality and sexism, basically. So there are some very specific ways. You heard about many of them in the fireside chat earlier. But girls and women bear an unequal responsibility for securing food. In many countries and regions, women make up the majority of the agricultural workforce. Securing water for households, securing energy for households. And when access to those resources is impacted by climate events and climate change, women and girls have to work harder. They have to travel further. They also have to do without. As Damilola said, it's often women and girls who eat last. It's often mothers who will sacrifice themselves so that their children and their families can eat. So just a direct link to access to resources and girls and women's well-being. Girls and women also bear an undue responsibility for care in the family, looking after the most vulnerable, children, the elderly. And so when there are crises and when there is disruption that disrupts lives, those burdens grow. And again, it is girls and women who look after themselves last. It's families who look after girls and women's last as well. Also, with barriers to mobility, girls and women really face, when there is disruption, when there is migration, they are often the last to leave communities. It's often it's hardest for them to relocate, to reset up their lives, to reset up sources of livelihoods. So these are really specific ways. In terms of health and well-being, there's some very specific impacts. Increases in temperature, humidity, rainfall create favorable conditions for the spread of vector-borne diseases, which can cause miscarriages, premature births, and anemia. Girls and women have been found, there's now research showing that they're more likely to experience stress and mental health impacts related to the stresses of climate change than boys and men. And we heard from Damilola just now, the threat of gender-based violence increases whenever there is increased risk. So during disruption and dislocation, violence against girls and women increases, whether it is the threat of rape when they are collecting water and firewood and having to go further and further, whether it is violence in the home, we're seeing increases in child marriage, human trafficking as well. There's just one other way I'd like to highlight the way that climate change, and this is sort of the broader societal implications, Maya, that you mentioned. Climate change, like other global issues, really puts the spotlight on patriarchy and how girls and women continue to be excluded from the spaces where we need to be part of the decisions because of things that directly impact us. So what does it mean to not see yourself at the table? I grew up in Kenya. I grew up with a role model, Wangari Maathai. So my reality was that women can lead in this space. And women are talking about sustainability and human rights and harmony between communities and the earth. But I fear, even with Greta Thunberg out in the world, that many girls don't have that privilege. We saw recently the incredibly embarrassing photograph of the Azerbaijani COP planning committee, all men. How does this happen today? Like, which public affairs team did not review this properly and put a stop to it, right? So whether it's by neglect or whether it's intentional, it's a reminder that patriarchy persists, that real harm can be done. I think Damilola said this excuse of we don't know any women is just, it's not acceptable anymore. And there's a real impact to that exclusion as well, right? So we know that women's representation in national and global climate negotiating bodies remains below 30%. It's not acceptable. We are missing the perspectives, the energy, the creativity, and the realities of half of the human family. How can that be with an issue that's so critical to our survival? And then practically, we also know that just 3% of philanthropic funding around the environment goes to girls and women's activism. So we can and we have to do better.
Thanks so much. And Renata, I wanted to turn to you to kind of build on that. How is the impact of climate change further worsening or disproportionately impacting the most vulnerable communities, especially in the Global South?
Thank you, and it's great to be here. I definitely am always honored and don't take these places for granted, because I think as someone from the civil society space, from Brazil, from the Global South, it's not always that you get to be in such powerful rooms, right, such as in Washington, D.C., with people from the government, from the UN, but it makes a difference, right? We're beyond the closed-door conversations, and I think when we think about the Global South, we all face climate change, right? We're all impacted by the effects of climate, by hurricanes, droughts, floods. But in countries that are more vulnerable, of course, you're going to feel it more, right? And there's this interesting dynamic where the countries that were most responsible for causing climate change, the US, a bunch of countries in Europe, are not the ones bearing most of the costs nowadays. I work a lot in the Caribbean as well, and you see that first and foremost, right? You see small islands that did not even get the chance to reach perhaps a level of economic development that would even consider them to have a level of impact that equates to these global north countries. But now they're having to stop all of that because the disasters are reaching them, but at the same time, they're the ones that are not able to go beyond and go further and reach the developed space. So when we think about women and girls specifically in the Global South, I, of course, think about the vulnerability that you already mentioned. I think that's very clear. But I do want to touch on a point, which is about the representation of it. Of course, women in the Global South are more impacted. You can think about indigenous peoples in the Amazon, in the Brazilian Amazon, for example. But they are and have been for centuries at the forefront of the leadership to act on climate, right? But you don't see that represented in the COPs, for example. I've been attending the COP spaces since I was 18 years old, back in COP21, when the Paris Agreement was adopted. And even though gender and climate was already a big topic then, I guess I say already, even though it's recent in the climate negotiations, but I think since then we've seen how much more this is happening, how much more conversations we're having around gender and climate, such as this one today. But you don't see these people that are most impacted, that are on the front lines of the forests or the peripheries or the favelas, whatever it is. A lot of the times, maybe you will see them in the civil society spaces, you'll see them being activists, but you don't often see them as the decision makers. And that's not because there are no women or because they're not competent, because they are. There's so many brilliant people leading the charge already all over the Global South. I can speak a little bit for Latin America, but all over really. But at the same time, you don't see these people being able to make the decisions because of the systemic patriarchy systems that we live in, right? So even though they are the most impacted, you see all of the same issues that women all over the world are facing, women being the majority of the world's poor, women being the group most targeted for gender-based violence. You don't see that reflected in the solutions, right? And the stats are clear. We've talked about it in the other panel as well, about how when we do have more women, but especially young women, Black women, indigenous women in boardrooms, in the COP negotiations, you have better agreements. And so I personally think that one of the reasons that we don't really have that so far, we are really far behind where we need to be on ambition for climate action, for climate justice, is because we don't have the diversity reflected in the boardrooms, in the decision-making spaces. And so the Global South, again, a really powerful groups of women that you see, really powerful feminist coalitions that for centuries, for decades, have been doing the hard work. But I think what's missing is really the access to these spaces, the tools to access these spaces, the training, which we can talk more about, the actual formal capacity building that the UN, for example, should provide instead of just opening up some slots to attend the climate negotiations, right? The language as well. So there's so many factors that are putting Global South, civil society, Global South women, young women behind. But there's so many tools already available to change that. So I hope we can encourage that a lot more moving forward.
Great, thanks so much. And I forgot to mention this at the top, but if you wanted to join into the conversation and ask a question, feel free to drop a question at askac.org, and I'll see it pop up here on the iPad. But Sarah, I want to turn to you next, and then we're talking about all the impacts first, and then we'll go into the solutions and really an action-oriented approach to kind of address these disparities. But Sarah, I wanted to turn to you to have you elaborate a little bit more on the impacts of extreme heat on women and girls as well. I know our colleagues at the Resilience Center work closely with Clinton Global Initiative to shed light on this issue and this challenge. And so wanted to turn to you to see if you had any thoughts on the direct impacts of extreme heat to women and girls.
Sure, and thank you for having us. We are delighted to work with the Atlantic Council on a commitment that they made last year around creating a very innovative microfinance pool that is piloted in several countries, including India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, to look at investing in women as climate both solution drivers and also as people who are disproportionately affected. So we know that extreme heat has a disproportionate impact on women and girls in a range of ways. And I think that it's been referenced in a couple of the sort of contextual reflections so far, but it affects both drought and floods have an extreme impact on women and girls. It drives displacement. It drives an inability to provide effectively for families through their sort of livelihood generation, compromising both the infrastructure around their homes and their families and communities. It has an impact on girls going to school, which the disruption in girls' education is an ongoing problem in many different ways around the world. So I would say, in addition to increasing the risk of vector-borne illnesses, which was referenced before, in addition to increasing the risk of displacement, and 80%, I think an estimated 80% of people affected by disproportionately by climate change from the perspective of displacement are women and girls, from the perspective of affecting and impacting their livelihoods, and also from a perspective of driving reduced agricultural output, reduced ability to maintain construction, and that's true both in urban and rural areas. There are such a big range of ways in which extreme heat is really driving health impacts, economic impacts, safety impacts, and the sort of general environment in which, the enabling environment in which women and girls need to both survive and also something we like to talk about, be empowered to be the frontline solution solvers or solution drivers, I should say, that we know that they are.
Great, thanks so much. So now that we have all been caught up on the same page about what the problem is, Jacqueline, I wanted to turn to you in your role at USAID, if you could share about USAID's strategy in ensuring that gender considerations are included and mainstreamed in your guys' climate programming, especially since you're working in the countries that are most impacted by climate change.
Thank you, Maya, and thanks for the opportunity to share at least what we're doing at USAID. I think to sum it up, I'll put it kind of under the context of 3 V's. 1, trying to reduce vulnerability and violence. 2, really trying to make sure that we are giving the right women the voice to, 1, express the concerns, the challenges that they're experiencing, but also give them a voice to be able to, communicate through the development process solutions that they think are most applicable to them. And then 3 is also taking the time to step back and really celebrate some of our victories. It's hard, it's challenging, but I think it is also important for us to really acknowledge the progress that we are continuing to make. I think just to put it into context, in 2022, we updated our climate strategy, and within the climate strategy, I think 2 areas I think are of importance for this conversation are, 1, our focus on inclusion and really working on improving access to climate solutions, including climate finance for the most vulnerable, women, girls for sure, but also Indigenous people. Another aspect that is really important around our work and this nexus of kind of climate and all of the development we're doing is our localization strategy, making sure that we set targets for when USAID will really work to include more of a voice, but also funding to local partners. What does that look like? Our goal by 2025 is to ensure that about 25% of our funding is actually in the hands of partners in the countries we operate in. And then by 2030, 50% of decision-making authority and funding is held in our partners' hands. Why is that important? It shifts the development paradigm as we know it. Typically, it has been the case that donor partners set the terms, and then the partners we work with say, okay, yes, no, and that's how development has been defined. And so with this climate strategy, with the localization strategy, what we're trying to do is really kind of bring the voice of the people who are living in the communities we're working with to the fore. Another aspect that I'd like to highlight is our 2023 Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Policy. Once again, a refresh of policy that had existed, but really pushing our agency to do more on gender and really to mainstream gender into all of the work we do. How does that end up playing out in programming? It looks like several things. My team in particular, the climate finance team, through a mechanism we call the Climate Finance for Development Accelerator, worked together with Amazon, so AWS, to create the Climate Gender Equity Fund. And we came up with CGEF in part recognizing that a lot of the money within the climate space is not going to women founders and or women-led institutions. And so the question we wanted to pose and what we really wanted to solve for is how can we bring in private sector partners to do more to actually fund women-led organizations? I think another part that is quite important in our work, especially in the energy work that we do through Power Africa, is making sure that women are at the table and do have a voice. Part of it is skills building and training for women in very technical areas, such as engineering, but also making sure at a leadership level we do support industry to further diversify. And we think that's important because, as my colleagues have mentioned, until you have women in decision-making authorities, and also coming up with the products that are relevant to solve these problems, I think we still have potential gaps in impact. Two other ways that I think is also quite important to highlight is the digital divide. We see the proliferation of very important and pivotal technologies around the world, whether it is within the climate space or financial services. And for us, it's imperative for women to really be part of the product creating solution, but also really to make sure that we decrease the divide. So we are working through our financial services team, as well as through what's called Development Innovation Ventures, which is a part of USAID that helps fund early stage and startup companies to make sure that we are putting money into these types of businesses, really not only to pilot, but also to scale their solutions. The last two I'll mention is one on gender-based violence. Definitely an unfortunate challenge within all of our communities, not only in the developing countries we work in, but also a challenge here in the US, where we are dedicating programming towards working with communities on gender-based violence through our support to civil society. For us, civil society is definitely an important tool for implementation of a lot of our programs, but that doesn't go on its own. We also think it's important to engage with our partner countries to make sure that we work on policy solutions that also have a wider effect on people within the countries we're working in. So we work at the macro, we work at the micro, but really I think the main takeaway should be that USAID is integrating work with gender in all of our programming.
Great, thanks so much, Jacqueline. And Renana, I wanted to turn back to you on the capacity building piece and ensuring active participation across the decision, I almost said value chain, I've been in the energy space too long, across the decision-making process. And so I think turning to you again on, given your experience attending and being part of the COP since you were 18, how have you been engaging with other colleagues around your age and the younger generation to be part of the climate policy making process, and especially young girls and young women?
Great question. I think the youth participation in these climate decision-making spaces like the COPs has been a long time coming. There's been young people for decades trying to access these spaces, doing protests outside, whatever they could do to really be there, to have that transparency, that access. It is changing, right? Since I started attending COP back in 2015 to now, you do see some countries that are, for example, including youth negotiators within their diplomatic teams to have a say in what's actually being discussed and what point of view they're going to bring, what strategies they're going to bring. Of course, not enough countries, so definitely still advocating for that. Because even though sometimes we can get into those spaces, the COP is very clearly divided between the parties, the governments, the diplomats, and the civil society, the media, academia. So there's very clear spaces, I would say, for each stakeholder, which I don't think it's how we're going to solve climate change, right? We need to all be together in those spaces. And I think you have seen how COP has become not only a negotiation, there's so many other stakeholders that are joining, but what parts of the negotiations or of that conference are they in, right? COP28 just now in Dubai showcased that. It was this very large venue, and I saw a lot of really amazing, brilliant people from honestly places that I wouldn't always see there, which was awesome. It was really exciting to just see people from all kinds of background accessing the UN and being in privileged spaces. But then they're there. They go all the way to Dubai, they fundraise. What do they do there, right? How do they get through the actual policy making being done? And I think that is happening little by little, but clearly not fast enough. And so with young people, that's why I always mention this need for more training, for more access. I talk a lot about language. With my organization, Empodetic, you may literally started to bring the gender and climate agenda to Latin America, to translate content to Portuguese, to Spanish, to French, because that's the first thing. In Brazil, 1% of people speak fluent English. How do you get through this major, massive country, to understand the climate negotiations? We have COP30 coming up next year, and I think that will be perhaps a big step towards including more of the global south, towards having COPs in places that are more accessible, easier, maybe not easier to get to, but I don't know, maybe there's some more access or even some more solidarity within the global south to speak to each other, even if you don't speak the same language. Right, so that's what I hope for young people's participation, but we need everyone involved. We need high-level decision makers, people that are in positions of privilege, including myself over the past few years have been able to access these spaces, but I can't come alone, right? I can't go to spaces, have this experience, live it for myself. It is my duty, my responsibility to go back home and tell people about it, make content about it, write about it. And I think more people should do that so that we can diversify the spaces and therefore get more feminist solutions, get more ambitious solutions, just better solutions overall.
And I'm wondering if you have any advice for folks your age who are trying to get more involved. Do you have any advice on how to work with some of the older generations?
That's a difficult question. I think everyone can be involved in the climate space, right? I think a lot of people see the Greta, right? Or people speaking at the United Nations, and then they think that that's the only way to do climate activism or attending a protest, which are really good ways to do it. But there's so much more that you can do. You can speak your words through art, through poetry, through music. There's so many things that each person can do. And I think when you're doing something you love, which I know sounds cheesy, but it's important, right? If we're gonna work on the climate space, which is very intense and difficult, and you're seeing all these disasters and all these bad news, you're gonna need to do something that you like doing, right? And so my advice would be, first, find something that you enjoy doing, that gives you passion, that brings you joy, and then through that will shine, I hope, through the older generations that you belong in that space. You should be there. But of course, it's not only the merit, because that is there, right? Good people are out there. We need the older generations, the people in power, to pull us into these spaces and advocate for us as well.
Great, thanks so much for sharing. And Sia, I want to turn to you on if you could share any best practices or how you've seen programs successfully engage with women in programming, women and girls in programming, and building that capacity to ensure that they do have a seat at the table.
Thank you so much, Maya. And yeah, I was getting very excited listening to Renata. So speaking as someone on the other side of the generational spectrum, I just wanted to share that one of the things that UN Foundation is doing is we are increasingly seeing youth on paper being involved in the multilateral space. And there's a recognition around issues like climate, gender equality, that literally the future is here and we can no longer ignore youth, and we have to open doors, we have to make sure they're at the table. And what we also found, and we're hearing from our youth partners, was that there was a fair amount of tokenization. So yes, we were being flown in, brought to the table, but not actually listened to. We were being interrupted when a more important delegate had to speak or an official had to speak. And I just wanted to share, if you haven't read the Young Feminist Manifesto, that is kind of the roadmap to inclusion in the multilateral space. And so we were trying to think, what can we do as a privileged organization, as a skewing older organization, and one that has access to the multilateral space. And so we've designed what we're calling a bridge building methodology, where we've brought youth activists together with other stakeholders in the multilateral space. And we're finding it crosses across all issues. But climate and gender equality are two issues where youth leadership is really rising to the surface. So we try and create these spaces, and partly to break down some of the silos that Renata mentioned, but also this question of how do you get different generations to speak to each other? How can older activists who understand and also have more access to these spaces share the lessons they've learned, the mistakes that we've made, and how can we learn to listen and make space for younger activists? And similarly, how can younger activists learn to listen and learn and understand these spaces and share what they know and their wisdom in a way that is moving everything towards the progress that we want to see. So we're learning. We're not there. It's a work in progress, but I think it's actually critical. And a key part of that work is also creating joy within those spaces, joy and connection, because Renata is right. You can't do this work unless you are inspired and unless you are energized and continually recharged, because this is exhausting work, right? We're seeing the planet burn. We're seeing people getting hurt every day, and we're seeing the connections between these things. So to create spaces where across generations, across issues, we can come together and bolster each other and help each other in this activism, I think is crucial.
Thanks so much for sharing. And in order to enable most of these things that we're talking about, that's when financing comes into play. So Sarah, I wanted to turn to you first on if you could share more about the role of private and public sector financing to integrate gender considerations into funding decisions to be able to overcome these challenges that we've been discussing here.
Sure. I would say, I'll just as a way of introducing what CGI brings to this, we see ourselves as a convener that really focuses on action. We like to say that we focus on what we can do today, tomorrow, and in the future. We really try to bring together multi-stakeholder groups to develop together and then to amplify and support one another's work to address the world's most pressing challenges. And increasingly, we see the nexus points between organizations and also among these intersecting issue areas, which has been referenced repeatedly. I'm very glad to hear, because that is also our approach to this. We see the importance of partnership. So we do a lot of public-private partnership engagement and interaction, and I would say there's some positives. It was already referenced at the beginning of this session that less than 3% of philanthropic investment goes into women and girls-led work, and then there's the IFC, I think, estimated that only 7% of total private equity and venture funding in emerging markets is targeted to female-led businesses in this space. So there's definitely a big gap, and there are, in particular, we see in international financing mechanisms, there haven't been the kinds of kind of benchmarks that would potentially help to accelerate or incentivize in some ways greater investment. But where that can change is when we talk about public-private partnerships. And that, when I say that's where it can change, I mean that is one way for us to accelerate progress quickly. Another, and I'll reference this in a moment, is around identifying supporting particularly smaller local-led organizations and efforts that are already doing this. They're on the ground. They're saying, we can't wait. We have to really be pushing this forward right now. But first, on the sort of corporate engagement side, I think one of the things that our community is telling us is, in large part, the private sector recognizes explicitly climate change is both real, happening, and an imperative to do something about. Where they need help and where we try to sort of step in is on trying to help identify what are the roadblocks to making that happen faster. How do we help them connect with existing solutions and projects or models that can be adopted, replicated, scaled, invested in? And that's an opportunity for really accelerated progress, and also for us to be bringing the voices of local communities in an authentic way into the conversation and giving them an immediate sort of position as stakeholders. I'll mention a couple of initiatives. We're really excited to be partnering with USAID and the White House Gender Policy Council on an initiative that they launched at COP, the WISE initiative, which is specifically looking at this intersection of investment and prioritizing women in blue and green economies. So that's very exciting, and that's a very big sort of public-private partnership opportunity. And then we have a number of commitment makers who are already working in this space. And I'll just mention a few. Fondo Acción made a commitment around creating a climate action fund for women and children in Colombia, which will support 200 grassroots initiatives across the country. So again, prioritizing immediate investment and in local stakeholders and projects. Daughters for Earth made a commitment to raise $50 million to support women-led projects fighting climate change in countries around the world. Again, looking to get that capital into projects and countries all around the world in a variety of ways. And then we have a partner, the Caribbean Philanthropic Alliance, which is doing something a little different, but I think also plays into this, which is they're trying to build, to engage a sort of global community to build a fund around women in climate initiatives in the Caribbean in particular, but they're really trying to harness some of the regional knowledge in the Caribbean and let the region actually lead that conversation and let projects and a sort of gender-informed perspective really be taking the lead in determining what the financial strategy is. So that's a couple of examples, but I think we are pleased to see more of a discussion at the COP level and at the international level on how to prioritize women and also girls in the thinking around and design of financing mechanisms. And we are hopeful that public-private partnerships and more conversations like this, where we're getting diverse perspectives from very different types of stakeholders, will be a big tool in the toolbox of driving solutions forward.
Great, thanks so much for sharing. And I know that we are starting to, well, we've already reached time, but we'll just go over because I want to. So Jacqueline, I see my Atlanta Council colleagues starting to crowd in to give me the eyes that it's time to wrap up. But so quickly, Jacqueline, we have one question from the audience. The question is, how can we most effectively concentrate limited resources for impact? Damilola called for a focused approach by the USG. Should USAID concentrate its support as opposed to spreading it out across technologies and regions?
I think our current policies, 2 frameworks, and the manner in which we implement makes sense. We created the strategy by consulting widely internally within USAID, but also consulting with partners really to understand the hierarchy of problems in the respective locations they're in, but also really taking from lessons of development in the past to figure out what worked. And I think looking at that approach of, 1, learning and being conscious that we are constantly in an iterative process in development, but 2, looking forward, understanding what the stages of development are, and 3, once again, using and really taking advantage of women's voices, young girls' voices in our own programming, I think is quite important. And I think dividing that up, I think just makes it potentially less impactful. So when we look at energy programming, there is a gender lens to that. Just like when we look at adaptation planning, there is a gender lens to that. When we look at the work that our colleagues in the Bureau of Humanitarian Affairs are doing in some of the hardest crises on Earth, there is a gender angle that is applied. in addition to that, there is a climate angle. And so I think if you look at the work we're doing, look at it through the lens of a matrix. So large development challenge that is really underlaid with all the other really important pillars that will help us get to more holistic results. When we look at our work, it's not only, what are we able to achieve now, but also how are we able to shift systems and how systems operate so that in the long term, we really are able to tackle larger development challenges rather than immediate problems that communities might be experiencing today. So hopefully that kind of gives you an idea of how we are doing what we're doing.
Thanks so much. And we can wrap with one lightning round of questions. So I'll just go to each of you. But I think in the near term, what would you say needs to happen immediately to be able to ensure broader representation or more inclusive representation of women and girls in the climate decision-making table? I'll start with you over there.
With me? Okay.
Yep.
In the near term, that's difficult because I think the biggest solution is gender transformative education for climate, and that's more in the long term, right? We need to change the systems. But in the near term, I think we can start with creating the spaces so that the young women and girls, the people most affected, can effectively go in, have a say, and cause impact. Not go in as tokens, right, and do the high-level opening speech and leave and not being the part of the decision-making, but creating the spaces where they can be equal decision-making stakeholders at the table, because that's happening, but at a very low level, very small level, so that needs to be mainstreamed across climate funds, across governments, city halls, everything.
Fia? It could be a near term to build up to a long term.
I think it's about resourcing, because I think if you give girls and women the resources they need, they will show up at the table. And they will also continue to do the hard work that they do every day. And then we need to listen and get out of the way.
Sarah, we'll turn to you.
I would say something very simple, which is look for the solutions. When you find them, amplify them, do everything you can to give them a seat at the table. And when there are resources, direct them towards the people who are leading the solutions.
And Jacqueline, close us out.
Representation, 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 whether it's at the negotiating tables, whether it is within institutions, whether it is at the civil society level, and making sure that people have platform. Social media is so powerful. There's a tool there that I think can really trigger a lot more action at the local level, but at the highest level, women need to be at the table where decisions are being made.
Great, thanks so much. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to look at my notes for the closing remarks. Unfortunately, we've reached the end of the session, so thank you all for joining us today. I'd also like to take a moment to thank my colleagues who worked tirelessly in putting this event together. In particular, I want to thank Jenna Ben Yehuda, who's our Executive Vice President, for allowing the women of the council at the Atlantic Council to put on this event, or encouraging us to. And then my colleagues Lacey Bowen, Katie Kenny, Lucero Flores, Nidhi Upadhyaya, Kate Sagar, and the entire audio-visual team, and many more. So thank you all so much. And the next session titled New Beginnings, Supporting Women Immigrant Entrepreneurs to Multiply Their Impact on Economic Growth will start very shortly once we reset the stage and remic the next set of panelists. So thanks so much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us for this panel this afternoon. My name is Noor Dabbousi, and I work with the WIN Fellowship here at the Atlantic Council, where we work on enhancing women economic participation in the Middle East and North Africa, particularly by supporting Arab women entrepreneurs in the region. It is with great pleasure that I join you this afternoon to be moderating this panel, where we will narrow down on the pivotal role that women entrepreneurs born outside of the US have played in contributing to the US entrepreneurial landscape. And to do so, I am joined by a great panel of women entrepreneurs. So without further ado, please allow me to introduce them. We have with us Rawan Al-Kharbouch. She is the co-founder and CEO of @PointTX. We are also joined by Raja Kumari Jandiala. She is the CEO and managing partner at Yatra Ventures. We're also joined by Abai Schultz, the founder and creative director of Zaf Collection. And we are also joined by Christy Burley. She's the co-founder of Free Worlds. So to kick off the conversation, I will start off with Raja. Raja, statistics show that per capita, immigrants are about 80% more likely to start companies here in the US compared to US-born citizens. At the very core, immigrants and entrepreneurs share an appetite for risk-taking. However, navigating the complexities of being an entrepreneur and an immigrant present their own sets of challenges. Could you please share with us the critical moment or the defining experience that propelled you into your entrepreneurship journey here in the US?
Good morning, good afternoon. I'm in the wrong time zone today. Thank you for having me, and it's great to join this panel. My journey on the entrepreneurship was actually this, I think the US provides a freedom to fail. I feel like of all the cultures that I've been exposed to, I think growing up, I wanted to be an astronaut. I went to school to be an astronaut. So I'm as far as away you can be from it, because I'm blind as a bat, and no one would give me keys to the space shuttle. So I just decided, okay, if one dream doesn't work out, in the US, you have the ability to switch careers, switch paths if you fail. So I think that first feeling of, oh, I have the freedom to fail and to pursue things that are not on the traditional path was right out of college. Of course, as an Asian American child, there are certain paths every parent wants you to go through. So I think that was one. And then the second defining moment, one was being comfortable with failure and resiliency. And two is this fundamental belief that how women play a role in society, in decision making, is still, decision making is extended to people with power and money and wealth. And so I thought if I wanted to influence how long my maternity leave will be in a setting or these big decisions in society, I should be part of the wealth generation, not just part of receiving the policy decisions. And that's sort of the structure. That was the second moment in my career. I thought, okay, wealth generation and how energy, how my body is used, all of these things are related to women feeling comfortable with generating wealth. So I think those were the moments, comfortable with failure, recovery, and then encouraging women to say, I want to be part of the wealth creation, wealth generation, and how wealth is distributed in society.
I completely agree, and I think you mentioned two words here that are very key to the core of being an immigrant and the core of being an entrepreneur, which are the freedom to fail, that is, I guess, the first term, and then the second, the resilience that comes out of it. And they're both very important to being both an entrepreneur and an immigrant, because it tells a lot about the spirit that both carry when it comes to innovate. And with that, I would like to take it to Christy. Christy, in the US, approximately 1.5 million women, there's approximately 1.5 million women business owners, and they account for 11.5% of all women business owners, not just who are not US citizens. Do you believe that there's a distinct kind of determination that propels first-generation immigrants when it comes to starting their businesses in the US?
I completely do, and I mean, sitting up here with this panel of women is also a testament to that. I think that there's a certain kind of grit and determination when you're already immigrating to a different country. You have to go through so many different hurdles at that point. You know, exactly to what we've discussed, it kind of lives or dies with you. And I think that carrying with that grit, that determination for what you're kind of building is definitely embodied in immigrant women particularly. What I found from moving to the US, and obviously not being from here, is really rebuilding that community up. And I think that can be really hard as a woman immigrant as well. You're completely starting from scratch. You're rebuilding your social structures, your support structures, kind of who your network is, and that standard pathway of that career. So I think it can be really, really daunting, but I think it can be very rewarding, obviously, as well. And I definitely think that there's that determination and drive that women entrepreneurs have, for sure.
Absolutely, and I just realized that we are 5 women who are not born in the US, and here we are on International Women's Day, talking about determination and our will to succeed in America. As a follow-up to what you were saying, can you tell me a little bit how your personal cultural nuances have shaped your approach to entrepreneurship and your business strategy here in America?
Definitely. So I'm from Cyprus, a small little island in the Mediterranean. We have a very Mediterranean kind of slow pace of life with that. And so I feel like that's really grounded me as an entrepreneur to really find solace and kind of take stock and take time to not just be on the go all the time, which you can definitely get burnt out and get caught up in. I think also within Cyprus, there's a lot of investment flowing into the country, particularly in real estate. And so seeing that rapid innovation was also really inspiring growing up there. The company that I've co-founded is called Reworld, and we support other nonprofits and conservation organizations. And I grew up around nature, living and breathing, protecting the environment. And that's obviously something that's really stuck with me as a career, as a young woman, moving around the world, seeing all of the different and kind of same challenges around the world in just different places. Being able to take those learnings from my culture, from different places that I've lived, being able to connect with others on that, speak different languages for that has really, I think, propelled my business and the way that I operate as an entrepreneur as well.
I think it's very interesting how consciously and subconsciously we take a lot from our culture and wherever even from our languages. You mentioned the languages, wherever we go, and it shapes us and it shapes this entrepreneurial spirit that's within us, and in a way also shapes the way we deal with our fear of failure and our ability to pick ourselves back up again and just start anew, whether it's academically or business when it comes to entrepreneurship. So I think it's very fascinating. And I'd be curious to see how the other cultural experiences too have shaped the rest of our panel's experiences. So with that, I'm going to be moving to Abai. Abai, women entrepreneurs in general encounter notable challenges. For example, these challenges include securing funding, overcoming gender-specific hurdles like gaining recognitions for achievements, and also being taken seriously in general. What additional obstacles, maybe cultural or linguistics, do immigrants or first-generation immigrants here in the US, women in particular, face? And how have you overcome these in your early stages of your business?
Well, I think, I'm originally from Ethiopia, and some things that culturally I was self-sabotaging was the idea of humility, of like how you present yourself when you're raising fund or when you're promoting, or even just competition of for my business, where the way you present it is being humble is very well celebrated in Ethiopia, but here you kind of have to be like, I did this, I did that, and that's how you get noticed. Yeah. And so I think there's that level of cultural shift where we need to be okay by actually, we're good at this, let's present it. There are numbers to do that. And I think that was for me a curbing learn to just be like, oh, actually, I'm capable. I deserve this. I deserve to be in this space. And so I think there is that. I see it now in other people that I saw myself when I started my business about 10 years ago.
I'm going to go a little bit off script, but I guess this is what makes this conversation interesting. You mentioned the word humility and being able to recognize your achievements and just being humble about them and putting them out there. Raja, when you and I were having our off-table discussions, you mentioned that COVID has helped you change the way you present yourself to prospect funders. Can you talk a little bit about that and share how this experience and moving a little bit to the digital world has enabled women to be more outspoken about their achievements?
When I started, I have an investment platform, and we invest in infrastructure. And when you say that, these are big projects, basically in Africa, East Africa, and other parts. And so when I first started the company, people wanted my building to look like a GE building, or would say, "Who's your finance guy?" I'm like, "It's a finance girl," So things like that. There was an architecture, and there was a model that existed in the world, and I was like, well, I need to take care of my elderly parents, so I need some time. I need to be able to work with flexibility. My team, the engineering team is in Milan, the operations team is in Uganda, the legal team is in London. So it was a global team that we had been working with. And before COVID, I kind of had to get an office space to prove that I fundamentally exist, even though we were doing a $4 billion project. But with COVID, it changed everything. Nobody asks me, where's your building? What's your website? It's become sort of an equalizer in the sense that I don't need a GE level building. People still assume that I can get work done, and our teams can get work done in a more collaborative way. So in that sense, I think the culture has changed, and it really, I think, some ways it burdened women, but in some ways, I think it relieved women from having to prove the architecture, that the existing architecture of what a corporate looks like or what a business looks like fundamentally changed. And so today, people who are shifting from these big offices to little offices, work share, all of those cultural things. The other thing I think was fundamental during post-COVID has been just this idea of metrics, what a business and those metrics are. I think social media was a big part of it, but in infrastructure, I can't tweet every day, a brick went on, an engineering design went on. There are certain things that the metrics of how you evaluate a business and how you measure their ability to have a return on investments. Fundamentally, I think, changed to say that there is a need for public sector involvement to manage the risk. COVID would not have been, we could not have come out of COVID with a massive public sector support. So I think there's a greater appreciation that public sector plays a greater role in stabilizing economies that accept entrepreneurship, that accept investments in a way that I had not seen the 5 years before COVID, when we were working to convince people that firms of our size, not the big 500, can still do big things through crises. And actually, I think a lot of feedback we received was, hey, you guys are much more flexible than when COVID happened, we were able to continue and finish our infrastructure work, whereas others had to slow down in that way.
Absolutely. So as we're shifting the conversation a little bit from the challenges to discuss the positive aspects, I'm going to turn it over to Rawan. Rawan, you were born in Saudi but moved to the US when you were 11, if I'm not mistaken. 8. Sorry. And you recently co-founded your company here. How do you find that your unique cultural and personal histories have propelled you towards your entrepreneurial achievements here in the US? But I'm particularly interested in hearing how your background has given you a distinctive insights and also advantages in the competitive business arena here.
So originally I'm from Saudi Arabia. Obviously I grew up in the 90s in Saudi, and as you all know and have heard, what Saudi was and what Saudi is today, it's a fundamental difference. As far as the positives, I think just uprooting really not only the setting, the original setting where your experiences essentially come from wisdom of your family, your friends, your neighbors, but then coming into a fundamentally different landscape like the United States, which is essentially a melting pot, you sort of have to dismantle your own perception of the world and sort of look into it from a different aspect, like, people's perspectives, and sort of have this influx of experiences where you can apply what you have known from a certain perception, and then certainly how to apply it in a vast array of various networks. My personal experience, I'm a co-founder of a biotech company. I work on stem cell research and stem cell engineering. And obviously, when it comes to a very conservative country like Saudi Arabia, I at one point worked on fetal stem cells and embryonic stem cells. And there's a lot of policies, religious policies against that in Saudi Arabia. So giving me that sort of perspective to, again, dismantle what is appropriate in healthcare and science and what we need versus what are the belief systems and faiths, and be able to find essential congruency in what I do versus what is accepted. Granted, we've moved away from stem cell, embryonic and fetal. There's iPSCs, but that's a whole different conversation. But the reality is, I think just the influx of different empirical information that come in essentially give you a lot of opportunity to see the world from a different landscape instead of using the wisdom of your family and parents. You sort of have to be convicted in what you now believe, because the only person you essentially can depend on is your new experiences, and that's sort of where you can look into is what you're provided from the world. So I think it's just essentially changing perception into perspective.
Well, I couldn't agree more. I want to dive a little bit now into the specificities of your personal ventures, and I'll take it back to Christy. Christy, unlike the rest of our panelists here, the company you co-founded is actually a nonprofit organization. You co-founded ReWorld here in the US, where you work on aiding climate and conservation groups in achieving their missions, and that this is really an example of entrepreneurship with a purpose. I'm interested about if you have any advice that you would give to women who are not born in the US and would like to start their non-government organizations or their companies here, but who are particularly looking into giving back to local communities.
Completely. The way that I really started is when I came to the US, I hadn't stepped foot in DC before moving here. Completely didn't, I think I knew one person. And so the first thing that I did is I started volunteering in the local community. There's a fantastic group called Global Shapers, part of the World Economic Forum, which I'm part of. And really there's many organizations in DC that you can volunteer at. And really just understanding the landscape of the local challenges that face the community that you're in. That was really helpful for me to kind of network with people and also just have a friendship structure, get to know people, and that really helped with ReWorld. ReWorld is a kind of global landscape, so it's not based necessarily in DC. We have a very global mission to achieve 30 by 30, so 30% of the world's biodiversity protection by 2030. And so it's not necessarily DC specific. We're looking at a global landscape here. But as my panelists rightly said, DC is such a melting pot, and being able to connect with different people in different industries facing the same challenges that you face as an entrepreneur has been incredibly impactful for me.
And Abai, similar to Christy a little bit when we were talking about giving back to local communities, you founded ZAF Collection, where you work with local designers in Ethiopia. So the purpose of ZAF was to foster an economic empowerment for African artisans and refine the notion of global luxury. While you manufacture your products in Addis Ababa, you've launched your stores here in the US. As many immigrant entrepreneurs in the US, your company involves a special cultural touch of your home country. I'm interested if there were any legal requirements that you found particularly challenging to navigate when you were trying to enter the markets here. For example, whether it comes to shipping your products or sourcing. And how would you like to see those amended to make it easier for immigrant entrepreneurs to start their businesses here?
Yeah, sure. So essentially, I have a manufacturing company in Ethiopia for the leather goods, and then I partner with other artisans for jewelry and clothing in Kenya, and Niger, and Senegal, and so forth. So the idea is that whenever, it's always kind of a new challenge, I guess, whenever you enter into a different country, because there's different relationship with the U.S. So I don't know if you guys know, like AGOA, there's a trade agreement between different African countries that's giving duty tax free whenever they import. So the challenge for us is that you pricing something now and then maybe in 3 years or so, the relationship between this country and the US changes, and then now the price also going to change just because I'm now going to pay 30% more or whatever it is. And so kind of, I guess you're trying to make it bulletproof of these constant change of relationships that are unstable, or things that the U.S. doesn't like, whatever the country I'm sourcing from for that season. And so it's kind of, you have to be creative in ways you still want to make it relevant by still supporting them. I think the challenges, for example, like of recent is the war that currently happening in Ethiopia, where we lost that agreement, the duty tax free. So there's a lot of manufacturing companies in Ethiopia now have shut down just because the buyers from the U.S. side are no longer competitive for them to buy in Ethiopia. And so for me, that's kind of daunting. And with my company, the business model is that it's direct. So I have my own retail here and we manufacture there. So that kind of helps you not depending on another buyer, like let's say Macy's, or that's gonna no longer source from me. And so I can at least change the price accordingly, and then I have my own direct customers. And so that keeps it sustainable for my artisans back home.
And as a follow-up to your answer, do you have any advice that you would give to an immigrant entrepreneur on scalability, particularly for women who manage businesses across different continents?
Yeah, I think first you have to kind of leverage on what are your competitive advantage within your own country, and then are that thing scalable, given that you have a working capital and so forth. And so for me, I started out with leather just because Ethiopia happened to be the largest livestock population in all of Africa and ranks like number 8 in the world. But for the longest time, we've just been exporting raw hides to Italy and other European countries where they were producing luxury leather goods. So for me, it's like, why not actually export value-added goods? That's where it actually creates economic activity when you're exporting value-added goods versus just raw material. And so you kind of have to see it from that angle, what are your competitive advantage, and then what are being sought after in the other side of the country.
I completely agree, and I think what you just said resonates a lot with some of the recommendations that come out of our WIN Fellowship discussions, which is perfect and really work on your backyard first. know all the ins and outs of how your business can operate in your country, in your area of expertise, and then take it a step further when it comes to scalability. And since I mentioned the WIN Fellowship, I want to turn it back to Rawan, who was actually one of our fellows for the WIN Fellowships for the Saudi Arabia cohort last year. You were paired with a mentor as part of the program last year, and I remember you speaking about the benefits of networking in general. And I remember you said it is one of the most important things of entrepreneurships when it comes to networking. And indeed, studies have shown that men and women network differently, revealing that women often feel intimidated to put themselves out there and to ask for guidance in general. And this kind of goes back to the humility, the discussion we were having earlier. As immigrants or first-gen immigrants, there's this feeling of hesitation to network. And it might be compounded by the feelings of being an outsider in a new environment. So what strategies did you rely on to leverage your connections when starting your business here in the US? And how have these relationships helped your business grow?
Certainly networking, I think sometimes, or maybe me personally, I definitely underestimated the power of networking. Originally, I had walked in thinking, here's what I've done, here's who I am, here's what I can provide in value, any interest. And I sort of had to change and re-strategize instead of essentially approaching and really flocking our feathers. It's entrepreneurs, but mainly it's the whole matter of perspective versus perception. I started speaking to whomever I was potentially interested in. And I never brought the conversation first to me, but rather put in the little effort and obviously a quick Google search to see what they're doing, what their aspirations are. And I sort of approached it in a way where, here's how I can help you. And that was really the main strategy that I found potentially the most practical. One of my experiences actually, and this is going back to Raja, I have some good news for you. So obviously we're developing technologies that can isolate stem cells from human adipose tissue, from fat, and nano-engineering them essentially for regenerative medicine. There were two experiences that I had where I technically used the strategy. Instead of saying, here's who I am, it's rather, here's what I can do for you. So as you said, not necessarily, because there is sort of an inferiority complex, not necessarily because you're an entrepreneur, but we are in a room that is a little bit, or a landscape or an environment, it's a little bit harder to penetrate when the majority of leadership positions and decision-making power is with men, just by virtue of statistics alone. So you already going in thinking, I don't want to ask for help. So therefore, how do I sort of tip the balance a little bit and potentially make you think that I can help you? And hopefully there is a reciprocal conversation where there is not just a compounded interest, but potential synergy. One of the conversations is a space medicine, or actually a space and satellite company in Luxembourg called SCU, Space Cargo Unlimited. And they're creating satellites in energy sourcing from potential human space travel and excursions of planet settlements. And I don't know much about satellites. I'm not an electrical, mechanical, or space engineer. So I approached him basically saying, look, there's a future in human space travel and human space excursions. If you're a believer in settling in Mars or to the moon, here's a technology that I've created where we can sort of do it with unmanned missions and not necessarily using resources like expensive personnel like astronauts and whatnot. Essentially, it's a plug-and-play technology, and if there's any way I can help. He found so much interest that we just forged a partnership a month and a half ago, basically to take this technology on their Rev-1 mission in 2025. Rev-1 on LEO, which is low Earth orbit. So Raja, I have a proposition for you. If you're interested, if they ever give me a key, you'll be the first in mind to have the spare for this rocket. And you heard it here first. Yeah, okay, good. So really, it's how can I help you first? The same thing happened with the strategic consultant to the Saudi FDA. I went in to talk about my technology, asked what's going on in Saudi in terms of stem cells. They told me, I said, how can I help you? And sort of we signed on really within the 2 weeks for me to help consult the first cell therapy framework in the country. And that's essentially the strategy. It's going in, asking how you can help first, and then hopefully in time they'll see your value and see how you both build together instead of a one-way street.
You know, it's really fascinating you're saying this because I looked at different studies of how men and women network differently, and the one I picked to include here was that women often feel more intimidated. But in one of the other studies, they specifically talked about how women approach, you're really a living example of that study, how women approach networking by preparing how they can offer their services first, whereas men go in asking for help first. So I guess it speaks a lot about our ability as women entrepreneurs and the reason why we should put ourselves even more out there. And to your point, it creates a window for opportunity. I wish you the best of luck with Raja, but it truly creates this window of opportunity to create more partnerships and better business decisions. With that, I'll take it back to Raja. You founded Yatra Ventures, and it's a platform that provides investors with a systematic and repeatable approach to invest in energy, infrastructure, and value-added opportunities in emerging markets. So you're constantly interacting with investors and trying to understand what are their priorities and where would they like to put their money. While venture capital funding overall has surged in recent years, numbers haven't leaped forward for female founders at the same pace, since numbers indicated that in 2023, companies founded only by women garnered only 2% of the total capital invested in venture capital startups in the US. And this is by the World Economic Forum. Based on your experience, do immigrant women entrepreneurs in the US face this issue more intensely? And if so, how?
With my business, it started off kind of looking at the next generation investors. And as my colleagues have talked about, I wanted to focus on value addition, whether you're adding value to human capital or natural resources. And Africa was sort of my framework because it has the youngest population on the planet at the moment. And that's kind of the next India or the next China in terms of, I know Western perception of the continent kind of is warped in many ways with regards to the continent. So I was the Deputy Assistant Administrator for Africa at USAID and was the principal architect for Power Africa, which was to say, how do we mobilize the G20 to actually invest in a continent that doesn't have energy? Without energy, you basically can't be productive in any aspect, schools, healthcare, you don't have freezers to store medicines. I mean, energy is fundamentally an issue about productivity, human, individual productivity and institutional productivity. And I found the two fundamental issues about capital and women are scale. Many people wanted to, first questions I would get is, oh, it's a micro business. Are you like weaving pillows? So the perception of scale and money is something, so when you're walking in saying, I want to raise a $4 billion investment or a $3 billion investment, it really is an uncomfortable level of scale for people to just change that perception because they're expecting you to walk in to ask for less, ask for smaller amounts. And it took me a while to not ask for 10 million, but ask for $200 million because that seemed to give me more credibility. They're like, oh, the more you ask, the better it is for you and things will go better. So I think that scale was a big part of women's access to capital because you're not at the right levels, at least for infrastructure. The second challenge I've faced is, and I don't know how to put it delicately, so I won't. It's just this fundamental view that we can't handle the stress of business. When things go bad, we're not able to come out of it at the other end. Somehow the standard for failure is just much higher. So people will say, somebody, I won't say who, gave me early on $5 million to start the business. And they said, well, I just give it to you knowing I won't get it back. And I just kind of looked at it and I said, yeah, I'll take the money. But just the thing that, you know, the fact that you won't pay it back is sort of a, you know, let's just get on with it kind of thing. And then I think the last bit, on a positive side, is people trust women not to take these extraordinarily, you know, shoot from the hip risks. I think the numbers, the thoughtfulness, the people and the processes that we've put in place, people know that if there is some setbacks, the systems and processes are in place to recover from it. So I think the trust is there, but this idea of can you handle it is sort of the balance. You know, yeah, you won't do stupid things, but can you handle these big things is kind of the thing. In terms of capital, I think 2% will be 2% for another decade until we get more women into being entrepreneurs, and that's kind of my goal. You know, I have staff, women on my staff, and people that I'd like to cultivate to say, roll yourself out into a business. It's stressful, but it allows me to take care of my parents, my family. You know, as an entrepreneur, it gives me a bit more time and flexibility. But I would say it is the toughest job you'll love, being an entrepreneur. But I would say finding the right people to collaborate with is fundamental, and taking the money from the right people is also. I turned down a lot of money first before I agreed to partner with somebody, and people would say, "You're poor, why are you turning down money?" But I thought the idea would die if I didn't partner on the idea with somebody rather than money. So I wanted to share, I wanted some partner with people who had this idea of value addition and fundamentally committed to that. And then I could take money from them or share money, you know, co-invest with them. So I feel like money is a good metric to partner on, but I think your idea and your values have to align, because if you don't have it, you're fighting for trust from day one.
Right.
If you don't trust, you lose that ability to collaborate freely.
Right.
I have partners now I can disagree with and say, let's change the path together on that. So I recommend it as a absolutely wonderful journey, but I also think it's a tough journey. But also, I think the United States has many mechanisms for entrepreneurship at the state level, at the county level, at the federal level, that I think people should explore and check out, because one of my partners, or will be partners, will be US EXIM Bank for the investments we're doing overseas, USDFC, all of these great institutions. You need to work with the right people, but there are mechanisms to promote. There's an architecture and infrastructure to promote entrepreneurship in the United States. And I think if you start learning those, that also helps you collaborate.
And as you do, please look up our WIN Fellowship as well here at the Council. But I completely agree that there are a lot of mechanisms. I think one of the things I kept thinking about as you were talking is there's a stigma when it comes to asking for money or putting ourselves out there. And to break it, I think there's a misconception where women unconsciously think that we have to think or act like a man to be taken seriously, and you're really proving the opposite here, that no, we should act as women and prove them wrong. No, give me the money and I'll show you how I can actually invest it the right way, and you'll see the value of your investments. To conclude the discussion, I wanted to take it back to Christy and I think Raja's input was a perfect segue to looking into investing where there's an added value, whether it's a for-profit company or a nonprofit organization like yours. Can you just share a little bit about your experience in raising funds for Reworld, and particularly focus on the lens of wanting to be taken seriously and putting yourself out there when raising the funds?
Completely. And just to go off that conversation, I think definitely imposter syndrome happens. And I think as a woman, you're told, like, be small, be quiet, settle down. And I think my advice would be to be big, be bold, trust yourself. If you're passionate about something, trust your gut and go for it, and lean on the other very supportive people in those networks. To just touch on fundraising a little bit for Rerolled, we instructed a model for our first project. We were raising $1.2 million to purchase a piece of critical land with endangered species to actually rewild it. So really creating that additionality. And it was a complete bottom-up initiative where 100% of the donations were given to the project. We had zero marketing budget. We have a fantastic volunteer team of 40 people, and they're really the backbone of Rerolled, and it's been phenomenal to be working with them and being able to, we've actually successfully completed that fundraising with the project, Progetto TT, and I would be very happy if anybody would like to reach out to kind of share more on the challenges around that. It was really, how can we resonate with people? Because whenever you talk about it, people are like, I really want to make that change. I really want to contribute to this as well. And it was just, how do we reach people, and how do we kind of make it go global? And social media, news outlets, marketing really helped in that.
Thank you so much, Christy. And with that, we've reached the end of our discussion and the end of our International Women's Days Forum here at the Atlantic Council. I'd like to thank all of our panelists for participating. What a great honor to have moderated this discussion. I've learned so much from you, as I'm sure the rest of our audience did. And I'd also would like to thank you all for attending, and would like to thank everyone who attended online on our live stream. With that, I would like to turn it over to our Executive Vice President here at the Atlantic Council, Jenna Huda.
Thank you so much. I'm really delighted to be here with all of you today, and I just I get to do the easy part, which is to thank everybody for being here and for lending your expertise to all of us. This is a really special gathering here at the Atlantic Council, not just because it was produced by our AC women here at the Council, not just because we are tackling some of these really tough challenges that women around the world face, but also because by design, this day has been about championing all of the excellent work that's being done by women and for women. A lot of the times we talk about the adversity that women face, and certainly that is true. We wanted to be sure that the nature of the work that was reflected here today also speaks to all of the really truly outstanding work that women are doing, not just as being part of vulnerable communities or underrepresented communities, but also champions of change, because we know that that is the lived experience and the reality for most women, is that we're navigating both of those dynamics simultaneously. So with that, I would like to offer a special thanks to Adrienne Arsht, our Executive Vice Chair here at the Council and founder, of course, of our Adrienne Arsht Latin America Center, our Arsht Rock Foundation Resilience Center, for kicking off this really high-impact program, to all of you for being here with us, and especially to our partners at Vital Voices for co-producing this effort with us here today, to Elise, the entire Vital Voices team, for being a part of this. I've been in Washington for a long time. I've often been the only woman in a room, and it's great to be in a room full of women with such extraordinary expertise. And we want you to all know that you have a home here at the Council. We appreciate your expertise, and for all of you here and joining together in this conversation, and wish all of you a very happy International Women's Day. Our programming will continue, and of course the work too will also continue. So hats off and big thanks to all of you.